Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor. By author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 351-375. The Reluctant Choice of the Meso-Patriarchal Council. March 841, Wenquan Shadow, Primarch's office. Ning Lu listened to Arsena Dun's report and confirmed that the 11th Legion had captured 5 star systems on the outskirts of the Cyclops star cluster. My lord, the many star systems of the Cyclops star cluster contain varying numbers of Midu-Xenos. Many star systems in the Cyclops star cluster are suitable for human colonization. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He remembered that during the Great Birthday celebration, when Horus Lupercal launched an attack on the Cyclops star cluster, the Imperium of Man established 100 worlds in this region. These worlds were all of a certain scale, and their combined production capacity was quite considerable, even surpassing super-large casting worlds like Lucius. Although these worlds had not yet been extensively developed, some human colonists were surviving in this region, and they had all been enslaved by the Midu. All battle groups are to continue advancing and clear the Midu-Xenos from the Cyclops star cluster. Deploy the 2nd and 5th battle groups to participate in the battle. After resting, the 2nd and 5th battle groups were ready to participate in the later stages of the campaign against the Midu. As the 11th Legion steadily advanced, the 14th Legion, following Ning Lu's orders, launched an attack on Zavalik. The 14th Legion's fleet, like a spearhead, pierced through the Midu warships and reached the high orbit of Zavalich's main planet. On the flagship's bridge, 1st Company Captain Bolison said to 7th Company Captain Tessus, "Zavalik is the Midu's granary. If we launch an orbital drop on it, the Xenos will surely commit forces to rescue it. Ground combat against the Midu will also allow us to leverage our heavy infantry advantage." What Bolison did not explicitly state was that although the Dusk Raiders had achieved great merit on Ironside, with the start of the Great Crusade, the 14th Legion had not achieved commensurate results in its galactic travels. The 1st Company Captain saw this war against the Midu as an opportunity for the Dusk Raiders to prove themselves, and he hoped to seize the opportunity given to them by Lord Ning Lu. He issued an order: initiate the orbital drop. You will be in command. The 14th Legion's fleet launched Dreadclaw drop pods towards Zavalich's main planet. Tessus stepped onto the surface at dusk, launching an attack on the enemy in their characteristic traditional manner. The battle captain issued orders over the communication network. Attack. For the throne of Terra. For the Emperor. Tessus's title of battle captain could be traced back to the Unification Wars. Like the commander's title of the 2nd Company, it was an honor personally bestowed by the Emperor himself. Tessus advanced from the deployment point, raising his bolt gun and firing 2 round bursts of bolter shells at the anemone-shaped creatures. The Guardsmen and Dusk Raiders, with the battle captain at their core, launched an attack on the target. Zavalik, like the Imperium's agricultural worlds, had most of its land used for cultivation. The Midu were concentrated in a few strongpoints, and the Dusk Raiders' objectives were clear. Nathaniel Garo, born on Terra, strode forward with his captain, emptying his magazine of bolter shells into the Xenos. He was not worried, like many warriors in the Legion, that the Primarch had not yet returned. He had the Emperor, his master had led the Dusk Raiders to embark on the Great Crusade. Garo looked at the distant sky, where large numbers of Midu's strange spherical drop pods descended like spores. Although he was just an ordinary frontline soldier, without the qualification to attend war councils, he realized that the 1st Company Captain's and battle captain's goals were beginning to be achieved. The Midu were attracted by the Dusk Raiders' attack, and what awaited them next was a fierce battle. Garo drew his power sword and shouted, "For Terra and the human Emperor!" He plunged into the Midu's battle line, his energized blade flashing with blood, while his bolter pistol in his other hand boomed, each shot a fatal blow. Garo swung his power sword, striking the Midu. The disintegration field shrieked, tearing the Xenos apart. Garo's memory was filled with combat, day after day. It wasn't until the 7th month, when Garo first entered a Midu structure and saw yellow gelatinous substance turn to ash in an explosion, that he realized the objective of the struggle was the Xenos, food processing plants. At the same time, the traditional governing body of the casting world Mezoa, the five-man Patriarchal Council, convened in Temple 1. Long robes trailing to the floor enveloped the first Patriarch's mechanical body, and his vocal synthesizer emitted the techno-lingua of binary code. Are there any signs of the Mitu fleet leaving early? The second Sikh Patriarch emitted a string of binary code. The Cyclops star cluster is under attack. The Mitu are retreating steadily. Zavalik, the Mitu's granary, is under attack. The Mitu have dispatched over 1,000 warships to intercept the enemy. The Patriarch's code created ripples of code within the Council. Although the five-man Patriarchal Council, after logical analysis, tacitly approved the Mitu's periodic cleansing of flesh assets, this was merely the optimal choice, not the ideal one. Ideally, they did not wish to lose any assets. Based on the database, the Mitu's desecration progress is 44.13%. Is there a possibility they will conclude early? The third Patriarch emitted a query code. Currently, it was his sector that was undergoing cleansing. No, the Mitu still have not abandoned their cleansing policy, the second Sikh Patriarch replied. My probe servitors confirm, identification readings feedback, Mitu warships still number over 2,600. The Mitu still maintain sufficient armed forces to guard against our resistance. The fourth Patriarch, who commanded the Ecclesiarchy and Defense Fleet, helplessly sent the code. If only we had God machines. The code he sent did not form a complete logical link, but the other Patriarchs understood his meaning. Mezoa, because most of its surface was covered by volcanic lava, could not meet the requirements for Titan-based construction. Although the volcanoes provided vast energy for the casting factories and the volcanic rock provided fine ore, giving Mezoa powerful production capacity, it also prevented them from having a Titan legion. Before the Mitu appeared, Mezoa's Patriarchal Council merely considered the lack of god machines a pity, but did not believe that volcanic lava would be a true obstacle. After all, their old rivals, the casting world Pandarax, also did not have a Titan legion. But after the Mitu appeared, everything changed. Especially since the Mitu's sphere of influence did not touch Pandarax, and they were continuously attacked, the previously dominant Mezoa fell behind their old rivals. More and more people viewed Mezoa's volcanic lava as a curse on its resources. Among the emerging ideologies on Mezoa, four cults claimed this was a warning from the Omniscia, that their casting world was about to suffer a devastating crisis, and they should abandon this cursed land. No opportunity, just as the first Patriarch was about to make a decision to continue the non-resistance strategy, the last Patriarch, responsible for detecting warp activity, suddenly sent code. Etheric savants report, warp shadow in shrouds, a massive fleet has appeared. The fifth Patriarch's words stirred a binary wave of questions within the Council. Mitu fleet. The force attacking the Mitu. Tying the casting world of Mezoa to the chariot. After the 11th Legion's fleet cleared dozens of planets in the Cyclops star cluster, they knocked on the door to the casting world of Mezoa. Utilizing the 14th Legion's distraction of the Midas army, Ning Lu ordered the Mezoa campaign to begin. In October 841, the 11th Legion's fleet arrived at Mezoa. The Ramirez-class star fort, after a long journey, entered the Mezoa star system. To complete this perilous journey, the cost was over 10,000 lives, including a navigator, but it was worth it. As soon as the Ramirez-class star fort entered the star system, it demonstrated its true nature as a fleet killer. In the forged temple of Mezoa, 5 Patriarchs gazed at the nearly perfect mechanical construct in the holographic projection. They saw the Void Fortress unleash torpedoes in numbers their auger array could not accurately identify, engulfing dozens of Midas alien warships. The light of the explosions, like the chanting of the Omniscia, resonated within their logic engines. The mechanical construct's countless turrets, like roaring maws, extended along their tracks. Energy cells and plasma capacitors boiled, unleashing deadly firepower. Artillery fire filled the void, like a storm sweeping over a dozen warships. Ships burst apart, the Midas warships instantly developing nearly 100 wounds on their hulls, with incandescent flames shining within them. Light flickered on the fourth Patriarch's faceplate as he sent a series of admiring codes. A powerful void fortress. If it guards us, the Midas will be unable to invade Mezoa. The fourth Patriarch's code logic immediately gained the approval of the other Patriarchs. After examining the ship's data, the fifth Patriarch issued his conclusion. The entire Star Fortress employs Gothic architecture. It was built by humans. The second Sikh Patriarch, responsible for diplomatic affairs, sent a code expressing his confusion. No human faction in the entire colonized abyss possesses such a powerful war fortress. As the five Patriarchs communicated via code, more and more warships appeared in the star system. After examining the received data report, the fifth Patriarch sent the conclusion derived by his logic engine after several tens of seconds. First data scan of the black-painted fleet completed. Scan completed for 132 warships. Construction style Gothic, keel tag style unknown, but within human scope. 27 keel tag styles confirmed to match those used by this casting world. Average similarity 50.81. Based on summarized readings analysis, the probability of the opposing force being a human fleet exceeds 96%. After remaining silent for several tens of seconds, the first Patriarch sent an instruction code. A communication link should be established with the unknown, suspected human fleet. I will execute immediately. The second Sikh Patriarch walked to the system console, his mechanical tendrils rising and extending into the interface. After passing the identification procedure, the screen immediately lit up with the language of technology. Mezoa's high-power communication array began to operate, sending communication messages into the void. The fourth Patriarch had sent a series of codes even before the first Patriarch issued his order. I will immediately order all militant orders to prepare. The first Patriarch understood his suppressed rage. He yearned to unleash the wrath of the god of all machines upon the blasphemous aliens. But his logic engine also reminded him that multiple possibilities existed. Wait for the communication link to be established. Act after communication. Understood. The fourth Patriarch walked to the operating console and, after system verification, activated the attack preparation protocol with his key. He could feel the machine spirit of the system console, the desire it relayed. The machine spirit of every weapon array in Mezoa yearned for the activation of the attack protocol. A string of codes sent by the second Sikh Patriarch broke the tranquility of the thought realm. Contact has been established with the unknown human faction. The other party claims to be the 11th Legion. The one who commands the Order Shadows is the Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu. The other party has sent a data exchange request. Should we accept? As the code flickered, three Patriarchs immediately stated their positions. The second Sikh Patriarch was the first to send code. During brief communication, my perception array determined the other party's attitude to be friendly. Based on all augur array and remote sensing data feedback, this force is more powerful than the Midas aliens. The fifth Patriarch temporarily detached from the alarming data report. The fourth Patriarch's faceplate pulsed with the wrath of the god of all machines. They are the messengers of the omniscient. They can help us purify the aliens. For them, accepting an unknown faction's data exchange request meant danger. A powerful unknown force might launch an attack on them, and their data security defense system might not be able to withstand it. The first Patriarch waited for a second. The third Patriarch still had not stated his position. Activate all security protocols, accept the data exchange request. 120 seconds later, a filtered torrent of data poured into the forged temple, pulsating in the thought space of the five Patriarchs. The 11th Legion, the King of Vostronia. Amidst countless flashing pieces of information, the five Patriarchs rapidly increased their understanding of the unknown force. They reached a consensus in an instant. Counterattack. Drive out the Midas aliens. The collective resolution of the Mezoa Patriarch Council, the highest level of joint authorization, passed through various levels of authentication procedures. Mezoa's weapon array protocols were fully activated. 49 warships sailed out of the starport and opened fire on the Midas spherical warships. The attacked Midas were caught off guard. They had long grown accustomed to Mezoa's subservience. Since achieving a decisive victory centuries ago, Mezoa had never dared to resist. Mezoa controlled the scale of its void ships, and they even opened their doors to the Midas, allowing them to smoothly implement their cleansing policies. In the command bridge at the center of the Midas fleet's spherical flagship, the commander, whose body resembled a sea anemone, flashed an angry red light. His 4 seaweed-like legs moved quickly, tapping on the operating console. The Midas commander paused while issuing attack orders. Compared to Mezoa's small fleet, the Black Fleet attacking the Midas was a greater threat. He calmed his anger, and the red on his body rapidly faded, though a faint red glow still flickered. The Midas commander shifted his attention back to the Black enemy fleet, noticing that their own shining ship identifiers had dropped to a dangerous double digit. The enemy's fortress, which best matched his aesthetic and was also the most terrifying, was still advancing. Retreat. The Midas commander gave the order, and the Midas fleet, already defeated by the Order Shadows expeditionary fleet, retreated in disarray from Mezoa. At Mezoa's Voidport, the delegation led by the Second Seat Patriarch welcomed the Liberator, Lord Ning Lu, upon his arrival. The militant orders stood in neat formation, firing a salute. The Second Seat Patriarch walked towards the giant in black armor. Lord Ning Lu, welcome to our world. A huge cheer erupted among the crowd. The flesh and blood people screamed that it was Lord Ning Lu's arrival that had halted the Midas's slaughter. Amidst the cheers, Ning Lu entered the Forge Temple and met the other 4 patriarchs. He recalled the volcanic lava he had seen when the Stormbird landed, confirming that Mezoa, as in his memory, could not establish a Titan base, which further bolstered his confidence in his plan to bring this large casting world into his fold. The first patriarch, on behalf of the council, expressed their gratitude. Lord Ning Lu, you are the liberator of Mezoa. You are Mezoa's eternal friend. Ning Lu nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face, and cast his bait. Patriarchs, Mezoa has suffered a long-term invasion by the Midas aliens. Do you wish to possess weapons capable of defending yourselves? What weapons? The 4th Patriarch eagerly asked, an image of the powerful Void Fortress flashing in his mind. Ramirez-class Star Fort. As Ning Lu spoke, the tech sergeant used the language of technology to inform the 5 patriarchs of what he was referring to. Lights flickered on the faceplates of the 5 patriarchs as they exchanged thoughts in the language of technology. 5 Lamely-C-class star fortresses can construct a complete defense system. Even the main Midas fleet will be unable to harm Mezoa. The 4th Patriarch expressed his conclusion. Ning Lu must have demands. The Second Seat Patriarch realized his thoughts. After exchanging thoughts, the First Patriarch, on behalf of the Council, spoke. Lord Ning Lu, we certainly wish to acquire powerful star fortresses to defend Mezoa. What are your demands? Mezoa and the Order Shadows will form an alliance. The militant orders will accept conscription. Manufactured weapons will be prioritized for my legion, and the supply of remaining products will be designated by my representative. After listening to Ning Lu's 15 consecutive demands, the First Patriarch realized that if they agreed, Mezoa would be completely tied to the Order Shadows chariot, and he hesitated, saying, Lord, it is just 1 star fortress, which is not commensurate with the conditions you propose, even though you rescued Mezoa. I will provide you with the construction technology for the Ramirez-class star fort. Ning Lu's words made the faceplates of the 5 patriarchs glow. Of course, the deployment area of the completed star fortresses will be decided by me. After the 5 patriarchs communicated for a moment, the First Patriarch spoke. Lord, I accept your demands in principle. They could not refuse this temptation. After the Second Seat Patriarch of Mezoa, acting as a representative, negotiated with the team led by Arsena Dun for 3 stellar cycles, Ning Lu signed an alliance with the Patriarch Council. The First Order Shadow to awaken the heart-forged staff. After Ning Lu ordered the 5 battle groups that had participated in the previous battles to rest, he led the newly arrived 2nd and 5th battle groups towards the Demetis star system to rescue the Veroni Knight family, which had been besieged by the Midas for several centuries. Before the 5th battle group's fleet set sail, St. Diago Borgkamp, serving as the adjutant, received a transfer order. With excitement, he boarded a Stormbird and ascended to the Wenquan Shadow. As a former member of the Honor Guard, he was no stranger to the Genseed Primarch's flagship, but he was not familiar with the Librarian, his reporting location. The Librarian was located at the rear of the Wenquan Shadow's hull, behind the Primarch's palace, isolated from other areas. St. Diago knew the general structure of the Librarian. The entire area was a regular rectangle. The outermost circle was the scribes' working area. Battle reports from various battle groups and knowledge collected by the Legion were all consolidated here, to be compiled, archived, and backed up by the scribes. Although the Order Shadows were not as obsessed with collecting knowledge as the Thousand Sons, due to the influence of the Genseed Primarch and the vast librarian department, the knowledge collected by the librarian was still an enormous treasure trove, so much so that the librarian itself could barely contain it. With the completion of the Legion's fortress monastery, Shadow Fort, battle reports and scanning data from various star systems were transferred to a secret spire outside the main tower. After St. Diago presented his authorization rune and passed the inspection, he entered the outer scribes area. He saw a librarian member in a black robe hunched over a desk, intently studying a flickering, flaky object. Open black lens bracket. It must be a Midu data carrier. Close black lens bracket. St. Diago guessed silently, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. If I had accepted think tank curator Thomas's invitation, perhaps I would be doing this kind of work now. I still prefer to be with my battle brothers, even though the librarian will also accompany us in battle, it's still a bit different. Close black lens bracket. Compared to the librarian, who sometimes joined and then always left, St. Diago preferred to fight alongside his battle brothers. As St. Diago pondered, he walked past workbenches and rows of obsidian bookshelves. The bookshelves held paper books and parchment scrolls, data pads and data crystals containing high-value information, as well as various strange information carriers like alien fur and stones. St. Diago finally arrived at a black obsidian lectern. He looked around and saw that battle brothers from other battle groups were already standing nearby. Battle brothers from the 7th battle group, with 7 red arrows painted on their right shoulders. Battle brothers from the 9th battle group, with blue ocean waves painted on their right shoulders. St. Diago knew that those battle brothers from battle groups not conscripted for this campaign were the Black Emperor's current honor guard members. A smile appeared on his face as he recalled the wonderful times following the Genseed Primarch. St. Diago waited a moment longer. When 92 Order Shadows had gathered beneath the lectern, the lecturer ascended the stage. Order Shadows from various battle groups, you are summoned here today because you have all demonstrated a certain level of psychic power. During your journey to the Demetis star system, you will receive training. The training will include Telemaria mind realm created by Magnus and the Eldar's fire dragon runes. The lecturer paused, his eyes deep as he surveyed the crowd. I imagine some of you may be puzzled about using Eldar runes. As the Gene Father said, use all means available, but also be careful, beware of power losing control. The fire dragon runes are a power that the Gene Father confirmed could be controlled by us after careful practice, and original body servant and Lord Thomas have also verified this through practical application. St. Diago did not reject alien runes. As a demon-type psychic, his method of using warp power was even more dangerous. When activating teleportation, he directly used warp power. St. Diago knew the dangers involved. The Borgkamp family ancestor who left the notes was teleported to an unknown place due to uncontrolled warp power during a teleportation attempt. He had always sought a method to control power. After receiving Telemaria mind realm from the Gene Father, he diligently studied it and quickly mastered all 3 layers. What reassured him even more was that during the battle between Zan Jiao Mo Ursi and the Randan aliens, the Black Emperor had told him the name to pray to. Should he fall into danger, he could pray to the Great Black Emperor. The Black Emperor also bestowed him power, making him an apprentice. Saint Iago knew this was his Gene Father's care for him. Because he used demon-type psychic abilities, when in danger, he could also use open door to escape. Even if there was no other way, he could pray to the Black Emperor for deliverance. Saint Iago listened intently as the lecturer began speaking. Most ordinary people cannot even enter the first-level mind state. They can control their emotions but find it difficult to maintain true stability and clarify all their thoughts. Of course, the Primarch's servant, Arsenadon, could enter this state within 10 minutes of the Gene Father's teaching. One ship standard hour later, Saint Iago, who was quite familiar with mind cultivation, was already able to enter the first-level mind state created by Magnus. The first day of training ended. When the instructor asked about everyone's progress, Saint Iago noticed that only he and one other person had mastered the first-level mind state. That person wore a black robe with only blue trim, clearly a librarian apprentice who had not yet become a scribe. His name was Miguel Cuesta. The instructor then said, "Today's training is over. Now you have an opportunity. The heart-forged staff, acquired from Medusa, is awaiting its master. Each of you can hold it for 11 minutes and try to communicate with it using psychic power. Once successful, it is yours." The Order shadows followed the instructor, passing through the area where the scribes and astropaths were located, and stopped before a large door. An astropaths, whose black power armor was adorned with blue stars, placed his palm on the scanner. Psychic light shimmered, and the scanning array swayed between his fingers. The embedded psychic array, after reading, emitted a trembling sound of sequence confirmation, and the control panel slid out, revealing an off-white keyboard that extended towards him. The astropaths pondered in silence for a moment, then raised his hand and entered an encrypted sequence that randomly changed hourly. A series of metallic clangs continuously echoed. With several thumps, hisses, and subsonic hums, the bolts disengaged, and the killing aura and shock locks also deactivated. The large door rumbled open, and frozen mist seeped out from the open hatch. "This is the librarian's armory. Follow the path I take, do not deviate." The Order shadows followed the astropaths into the librarian's armory. They passed through 2 more doors and arrived at a chamber as large as a transfer deck. Saint Iago and Miguel saw psychic staffs placed on psychic weapon racks. The staffs looked no different from ordinary staffs, except that their heads were forged into a heart shape. Immediately, several people walked towards the psychic weapon rack and picked up a heart-forged staff. They infused psychic power into the staffs, attempting to awaken the ancient relics in their hands. Saint Iago and Miguel also each picked up a heart-forged staff and infused psychic power into them. The staff in Saint Iago's hand remained unresponsive, but Miguel's instantly burst into dazzling light as psychic power surged into it. The crackling, flashing arcs immediately drew the astropath's attention. He walked in front of Miguel and said, "Congratulations." A moment later, Miguel and Saint Iago were both summoned by the Gene Seed Primarch. Ning Lu first allowed Saint Iago into the office, confirmed that he had digested the apprentice potion, then told him to wait and return to the Nation of Disorder. He then ordered the space monkey to prepare the trickster potion using colorful mushrooms and other materials. A moment later, Saint Iago drank the potion that shimmered with colorful light. After containing the scattered power of the potion, Saint Iago, who had advanced to Sequence 8, ascended to the first-level mind state, quickly organized the newly acquired spells such as Flash, and then respectfully said, "Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. I will surely make good use of the power you have granted me to perform tricks for the Midas." Ning Lu nodded slightly, "Call Miguel in." Tens of seconds later, Miguel, holding the heart-forged staff, walked in. Seeing the Gene Father for the first time, he did not ascend to the first-level mind state he had just mastered, revealing obvious excitement. "Gene Father." "Miguel," Ning Lu looked at his descendant before him, "show me your mastery of the heart-forged staff." Miguel took a deep breath and infused psychic power into the staff in his hand. Crack! The heart-forged staff immediately erupted with flashing arcs. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, he saw the lines of order of the technological creations in the office, including the clock hanging overhead, all tremble slightly. Open black lens bracket as expected, he is a powerful tech psychic. Being able to activate the heart-forged staff, Miguel's future strength will be considerable. Even if he can't catch up to Linduric, he should still be a powerful psychic. Perhaps I should cultivate him into an extraordinary person. Close black lens bracket. In Ning Lu's memory, Linduric, the first owner of the heart-forged staff, was the main force in the encirclement and killing of the Sapphire King. The Sapphire King was born from the psychic shock generated by Ferrus Manus's death. The gene seed Primarch's anger, regret, and other emotions fostered a powerful Slaanesh great demon. He influenced the Iron Hands like a nightmare until he was killed by Linduric. Although many Iron Hands participated in the encirclement and killing of the Sapphire King, and even 14 Iron Fathers died, Linduric, who used the power of the heart-forged staff, was undoubtedly the decisive figure in that battle. Linduric's killing of the Sapphire King, in addition to his own strength and the damage caused by other Iron Hands, owed much to the heart-forged staff. It was a powerful staff, far more potent than the Osiris mind control seed and Flow staffs. Ning Lu recalled Miguel's information he had just reviewed. You are a Kaiser, and your family has been forging psychic great swords for nobles for generations. Yes, Gene Father, the Cuesta family is Kaiser's oldest and largest sword-forging family. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket forging psychic great swords, possessing both technological and psychic characteristics. Perhaps Miguel is a tech psychic, and awakening the heart-forged staff was not accidental. Possessing both high psychic talent and high mechanical talent at the same time, close black lens bracket. From now on, you will join the honor guard. Understood, Gene Father. Miguel felt that today was truly his lucky day. Not only did he obtain a powerful staff, but he also gained the Gene Father's favor. The Veroni Knight family's narrow escape from despair. December 841, Satellite 2 of Planet 3, Demetis System. High King Jack Veroni looked up at the emerald green sky, watching the colorful ribbons streaking across it. As a satellite, the Knight's homeland was illuminated by the reflected light of the gas giant it orbited, giving it a bright emerald green hue. Jack's eyes were filled with fury. He knew that as the Midu were scattered and landed, another noble fortress would be reduced to ruins. His eldest son, Jiao, spoke through the communicator. Father, we only have about 200 Knight mechs left. Jack felt the sorrow welling up from the machine spirit, his heart heavy with desolation. His family once possessed 600 Knight mechs, now that number was only a third. Jack already felt that the Veroni Knight family was on the brink of destruction. Their supplies were almost exhausted, and not a single fortress in the entire Demetis was intact. Memories of the glory that once belonged to the Veroni Knight family flashed through Jack's mind. The Demetis system was a nexus of several small but stable warp routes, attracting colonists to this world, who used the husks of their exploration and colonization arc to construct a magnificent fortress, Cloudfall Keep. The colonists soon discovered that the entire world was ruled by Xenos creatures who called themselves gods, demanding the newcomers' submission. The Age of War then began, and the Veroni Knights, relying on Cloudfall Keep's standard construction template, fought against the monstrous creatures that preyed on them for decades. The conflict between the two sides boiled the swampy oceans, scorched the vine-covered forests, and turned the emerald sky into night. Finally, the Knights defeated or drove large numbers of cephalopod and mammalian hybrids into the deepest, most remote wilderness. During the long 5,000 years of the Old Night that followed, the Veroni Knights steadfastly resisted countless invasions. There were unknown Xenos, as well as notorious familiar enemies, savage orcs and Eldar slavers. But among the countless invaders, none were more terrifying than the Midu Xenos. Over centuries of prolonged resistance, generations of knights perished. They never yielded to the Xenos, even in the most desolate ruins. If there was still one person left, the nobles would not break their vows and allow the Midu to carry out their cruel cleansing policy. Jack listened intently to the voice of the solitary, the Night Mech's machine spirit roaring its greeting to him. Though it was scarred and poorly maintained, it would still meet its end in glory. During the long and bloody resistance, every knight mech had witnessed the death of its masters countless times, imbuing the machine spirits of Demetus with a unique temperament, both combative and melancholic. The Knights of Demetus were inevitably affected, becoming solitary and resilient. Every noble gave their knight mech a name imbued with a unique sense of sorrow. Jack's knight mech was named Solitary, symbolizing solitary resistance against tyrannical Xenos. The High King gathered his thoughts and spoke into the communicator network. Knights of Demetus, we are the last human survivors in a broken galaxy. We will certainly be destroyed, but our vows are unbreakable. Hold your ground, protect our people. The Lancer-class Horned Basilisk Knight, Solitary, raised its left arm, its shocking lance rotating and roaring. Vows unbreakable. The responses through the communicator were fewer than the High King had anticipated. But he couldn't even continue to ascertain the number of surviving knights, he had already noticed the numbers floating across his retina. Open black lens bracket plasma reactor output, 50.13% close black lens bracket. Jack silently turned off the communicator. From now until death, he would no longer need communication. Like this world, which stood alone, he would meet a glorious death fighting by himself. Jack caressed the worn leather and cold metal of the command throne's cockpit, then slapped it hard, laughing aloud amidst the machine spirit's angry roar. The sorrow in his eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute gaze forward, as the Midu's strange vehicles and disgusting, anemone-like bodies appeared in his vision. Jack's hands moved rapidly across the runic control panel, and the solitary machine spirit let out an angry roar as the Lancer Horned Basilisk Knight charged forward. Because their mechanical legs were longer than other knight mechs, Lancer Knights were taller and faster. The Lancer's left-hand ion shield was not a force field, but a true shield. The Demetus scribes chose the Lancer class because, when they first entered the dense forests to clear out beasts, they needed enhanced frontal melee defensive capabilities. Now, it was more important to conserve energy and cope with severely insufficient supplies. The speed of the Lancer class allowed them to minimize exposure to ranged attacks. Jack's shocking lance fired its last 5 ion shells at the Midu Xenos. Amidst deafening roars, they accurately destroyed 5 disc-shaped Midu war vehicles. He turned off the auger array, the remaining energy needed to be reserved for the power and weapon systems. Charging into the Midu ranks did not require precise aiming. The Solitary then crashed into the Xenos ranks, and Jack felt fortunate that the shocking lance could be used both for ranged and melee combat, just like the ancient knight's lances from ancient Terra in his family's archives. This meant he wouldn't have to wait for death in despair due to lack of ammunition, he could kill Xeno's abominations before he died. The lance struck several 6-legged Midu, and the powerful impact crushed them into a pool of pus. Disgusting slime splattered onto the Solitary's mechanical body. The Solitary charged into the enemy crowd, crushing Midu one by one in its wake. The Midu's war vehicles flashed with strange lights, and metallic projectiles ricocheted and slammed into the Solitary. Jack raised his right arm, and the glowing ion shield protected his head. Even as explosions continuously erupted around the Solitary, Jack continued to advance. Open black lens bracket plasma reactor output, 49.34%. Plasma reactor output, 37.58%. Close black lens bracket. Beeping alerts buzzed in Jack's mind, but he no longer had the energy to heed them. His vision was filled with anemone-like limbs. It wasn't until countless beams struck the Solitary, and he felt the anger and pain from the machine spirit's feedback, that Jack realized the energy was so low that the ion shield was forced to shut down. Stripped of defense, Jack did not panic. He had long accepted the cruel reality, and only one thought remained in his mind: to kill as many Midu Xenos as possible before death. Jack raised his head, charging forward with the Veroni's prideful defiance. The Solitary's body trembled, and wisps of smoke rose from its damaged mechanical shell. It still struggled forward, its shocking lance tearing apart the Xenos, blocking its path one by one. Suddenly, Jack saw a black aircraft flying rapidly from about a kilometer ahead. Open black lens bracket Midu aircraft, close black lens bracket. The Veroni Knights on the battlefield also successively discovered the rapidly approaching aerial formation. They saw their autocannons spinning rapidly, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. What was torn apart was not the Veroni's damaged mechs, but the Midu's disc war vehicles and their anemone-like bodies. Ning Lu leapt from the Stormbird before it landed, spreading his golden wings. He surveyed the battlefield and immediately saw a group of struggling knights. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman vision pieced together the complete pattern from the banners between the legs of dozens of knights. A green banner, a red background, painted with a white castle and a crowned skull. The crowned skull was the Veroni family's crest, and the white castle symbolized the defense of Cloudfall Keep. Open black lens bracket Veroni Knight family. Just as I remember, they are on the brink of destruction, close black lens bracket. Light and shadow flickered in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes as his telekinesis extended, grasping the Midu's circular war vehicles like a large hand. With a thought, the war vehicles spun rapidly like discs. The spinning speed increased, and they crashed into other Midu war vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of impacts, more than half of the war vehicles besieging the Veroni Knights were instantly destroyed. The Veroni Knights, having escaped despair, watched in shock as the black-armored, golden-winged giant descended from the sky. Ning Lu slowly descended, turning his gaze to Miguel Cuesta, who stepped off the deck, raising his heart-forged staff. Chapter 352, The Power of the Mind-Forged Staff. Miguel Cuesta raised the mind-forged staff, and electric arcs wildly danced along its body. Amidst the roaring charge of a horned Viper Knight mech, psionic arcs shot towards a disc-shaped Midas battle vehicle. With an explosion, the dazzling, shining battle vehicle instantly turned scorched black, then immediately disintegrated into ash. This wasn't the end. Centered on the battle vehicle, the psionic arcs rapidly spread to all surrounding enemies. Amidst a series of thunderous sounds piercing the air, countless electric arcs seeped into the weak points of the Midu's chitin-like armor, pulverizing them. In an instant, an alien battle vehicle, along with hundreds of Midu in the vicinity, were crushed by the electric arcs. Ning Lu watched the psionic attack unleashed by Miguel, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Open black lens bracket him, the power is good. Midas vehicles and personal armor both use biotechnology. If used against humans or other enemies with a higher proportion of technology, the destructive effect would be even stronger. Miguel's ability and loyalty both exceed the standards I set. He can be cultivated into an extraordinary individual. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he stood on the surface of Demetus III's moon too. His gaze passed over the swaying Veroni Knight and looked towards the magnificent fortress standing in the distance, sighing in his heart. Open black lens bracket Veroni is one of the oldest knight families in the Obscurus sector, but their evil cloud fortress has been attacked, with almost 1/20th of its buildings collapsed. Other peripheral buildings also suffered varying degrees of damage. Close black lens bracket. Inside the Lancer-type Horned Viper Knight, Lonely Zero, the Night King Jack Veroni on the mechanical throne looked at the black-armored, gold-winged warrior descending from the sky. It was incredible that he could swiftly defeat dozens of Midas battle vehicles and over 1,000 Midas warriors. Open black lens bracket. They attacked the Midas, so they must also be enemies of the aliens. They are humanoid, but all remote sensing equipment is lost, making it impossible to determine if they are human beneath the armor. Aliens could also appear in this form, but they wouldn't be this tall, and more importantly, we should be the only humans left. Close black lens bracket. Jack powerlessly watched the approaching black-armored warrior. His knight mech had lost all power. Then, Jack heard a majestic high Gothic voice. "Are you the Night King of Veroni?" Yes. Jack manually opened the cockpit, stood up, and looked at the black-armored warrior. A moment later, Jack, having left Lonely Zero, gained a preliminary understanding of the powerful warrior who rescued Veroni through the standard data files introduced by Order Shadows to human colonies. He was astonished to discover that Demetus was not the only surviving human island. Humanity had risen again from the long old night, and the leader of the black-armored warriors was Ning Lu, the Gene-Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion. Jack and his eldest son, Jiao, walked towards the Gene-Seed Primarch and spoke. "Lord Ning Lu, I am Jack Veroni, the Night King of Demetus. Thank you and your legion for your rescue. The Knights of Demetus owe a debt of liberation that can never be repaid. Lord, thank you for your rescue. I am Jiao, the eldest son of Veroni." Jiao, dressed in knight's attire with a long sword at his waist, looked respectfully at the giant before him. Upon hearing their names, Ning Lu immediately recalled memories about them. Open black lens bracket. After Veroni was discovered, it immediately joined the Great Crusade, fighting alongside the Dark Angels who rescued them. Close black lens bracket. The knights served in 5 expeditionary fleets, earning countless honors, but also generated a huge demand for replenishment due to the loss of knight mechs in the war. Jack ultimately chose to ally with the casting world Hurricane Star, but he chose the wrong ally. Hurricane Star sided with Horus Heresy, launching an attack during the alliance ceremony. Ning Lu looked at the young knight, recalling memories of Jiao. Jiao discovered Hurricane Star's conspiracy 1 hour before the alliance ceremony. He returned alone, struggled through the landing zone, and knelt before his father's horned viper-type lancer, delivering the shocking news. Open black lens bracket. After Jack's death in battle, the wounded Jiao led Veroni out of their predicament, proving quite capable. Close black lens bracket. After memories of the two flashed through Ning Lu's mind, he said with a smile. Veroni's heroic act of resisting the aliens alone and protecting its people is admirable. Upon hearing the Primarch's praise, smiles appeared on Jack and Jiao's faces. You will no longer fight alone, my descendants will accompany the Veroni Knights. The casting world will provide you with knight mechs, the number of knights in Demetus will exceed any time in the past. Jiao was excited by the scene Ning Lu described, but Jack frowned. The records in the Veroni family books described Mechanicus personnel as having an insatiable greed for knowledge. Combined with the information he had just reviewed, he felt uneasy about accepting aid from the casting world. Once Demetus's weakness was discovered, they might demand the knowledge heritage within their colony arc. Thinking of this, Jack spoke. Thank you for your kindness, but Demetus does not need help from the casting world. Without the invasion of the Midu aliens, our Saint Relic maintenance officers can repair the damaged knight mechs. The Knights of Demetus will soon fight alongside you. Ning Lu understood the reason for Jack's concern. His gaze imperceptibly swept over Evil Cloud Fortress. He knew an ancient crystal database was buried underground. In his memory, just as Jack thought, when Mezoa, Pandurx, the newly built Hurricane Star, and even the more distant Lucius, all casting worlds discovered the decline of the Night World and its immensely valuable wealth, they all hoped to subjugate Demetus. Jack scorned their greed, then, under the guise of consideration, delayed for over 100 years. Until he, the Night King of Demetus, realized that for survival, he must eventually ally with a casting world, but he chose the wrong one. If not for Jiao's outstanding ability to lead the knights out of their predicament, Demetus would have been destroyed by Hurricane Star and the Ethern family knights. Ning Lu was naturally also very interested in the ancient crystal database, but he did not want to create discord with the Veroni knights, who were deeply grateful to him and owed him a debt of rescue. As a Baron of Corruption, he did not need to adopt the crude methods of those casting worlds. The moment he saw Jiao's, he had already devised a plan. Keep him by his side and conduct corrosion. One day, as the eldest son and an outstanding talent, he would become the head of Veroni, the Night King of Demetus. At that time, the ancient crystal database would naturally fall into his hands. Ning Lu smiled and said, no need to worry, no price needs to be paid. Mezoa will build knight mechs for you. Mezoa will follow my will and provide you with knight mechs. Jack and Jiao's knew the power of the casting world from the information they had previously browsed, and Lord Ning Lu could actually make Mezoa obey his commands. The Night King recovered from his shock and respectfully said, your will shall be obeyed. I grant the Knights of Demetus recovery time until you can once again step onto the battlefield. Ning Lu looked at Jiao's, you will stay by my side, I will teach you and help you adapt to the new changes. It's my honor. Jiao responded excitedly. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 353, The Trickmaster. After rescuing the Night World Demetus, Ning Lu set off to return to Mezoa, preparing to launch a decisive battle against the Midas Core, the Monarchy star system. The 5th battle group was left behind to help the Veroni Knights clear out the Midas who had fled into the mountains and forests. When Saint Diago Boardcamp led his 5 squads into the forest, the first things they encountered were not Midu Xenos, but the Xeno monsters driven into the forest by Demetus. For centuries, the Demetus Knights had struggled to resist the Midu's attacks, unable to send young knights to hunt dangerous monsters as they had in the past. The Xeno monsters, nourished by the darkness, once again grew stronger, preparing to launch an attack on the knights and reclaim the world that rightfully belonged to them. The Order Shadows, still hundreds of meters from the forest's edge, keenly detected the monsters dwelling within the hollow branches of decaying trees. Attack! Saint Diago gave the order, and the Order Shadows raised their bolt guns, firing a dense barrage at the monsters who thought they remained undetected. Diamond-tipped bullets easily penetrated the rotten tree trunks, and the roar and intense pain of the explosions shattered the cephalopod monsters' ambush plans, tearing apart their bow-shaped carapaces. Large sections of the inner tree trunks shattered into pieces, and a large group of cephalopod monsters burrowed out from within. The Order Shadows were thus able to clearly see their appearance. They were generally humanoid, but their arms and feet were tentacles, and their heads resembled octopuses. They immediately recalled what the Demetus Knights had mentioned, that there were local monsters that were a hybrid of cephalopods and mammals. The Demetus Knights, based on the sound they made when spitting ink, which resembled the High Gothic word, Nord, called them Nordians. The Nordians all opened their mouths, emitting the same strange cries, and spat out large amounts of ink to cover their retreat. Saint Diago raised the staff in his hand and infused it with psychic power. The inlaid fire dragon rune glowed, and a torrent of flames shot into the sky, burning large amounts of black ink to ash. The Order Shadows strode forward, launching a fierce attack on the panicked and fleeing cephalopod monsters. After the battle, Saint Diago drew his self-made material harvesting dagger, selecting and cutting off intact tissues. An Order Shadow asked, puzzled, "Deputy, what are you collecting them for?" "Father," Saint Diago used this address to make them understand he was referring to the Gene Seed Primarch. One of his greatest hobbies is appreciating all kinds of peculiar things. Dangerous Catachan brain leaves and Mordian's golden-edged sunflowers are both greatly favored by him. When I had the honor of serving in the Honor Guard, I would always collect various peculiar things I encountered in battle. Nordians can spit ink, and you see that the upper part of their lips is red, but the lower part is black. I think Father might be interested. Upon hearing this, the Order Shadow's eyes lit up, and he drew the combat knife from his waist. All helped too. Except for the Order Shadow responsible for vigilance, everyone else sprang into action. Saint Diago then ordered the squad to rest, and he took 2 pairs of Nordian lips, leaving the Order Shadow's sensory range. He drew his ritual dagger, created a spiritual environment, and began to pray to the Black Emperor. Although there was no altar here, Saint Diago had received blessings twice before, and he was confident in completing the ritual and sacrificing the 2 pairs of lips in his hand. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your favor. I offer the sacrifice in my hand to you. Without a scale or the monarch's iron law, the Trickmaster finished the first recitation after chanting sacrifice, and then began to repeat the second. As soon as he chanted the 3rd time, black mist churned before his eyes, and a mysterious great door appeared out of thin air. Within the spiritual wall, strong winds surged, and 2 pairs of Nordian lips flew into the great door. In the 4th layer of the Nation of Disorder, Ning Lu saw these lips and immediately recognized them as the Nordian lips, a pair, which are a potion ingredient for the Hanged Man pathway, sequence 9 inches secret supplicant. He hadn't expected this unexpected gain and immediately extended his spirituality, conveying his will. I am very interested in Nordian lips. In the name of the royal court baron, you are to order Carlo to collect them. Although Carlo was a battle group commander, he was a sequence 9 inches lawyer, and only a knight in the royal court. Saint Diago, however, was the only baron in the 5th battle group, and the person Ning Lu favored most. The royal court, established for nearly 30 years, had already taken root among the Order Shadows. Ordinary Order Shadows who did not know about royal court titles would gather around royal court members and obey their commands when their own commanders fell in battle. If 2 royal court members were present, they would first prioritize the battle group command hierarchy. If they were of the same rank, the royal court title would determine the commander. Royal court monks of lower titles would also consult the opinions of those with higher titles when formulating tactics and other matters. Saint Diago's influence in the 5th battle group was not limited to his position as deputy. When he formally sent a request that did not affect the battle group commander's decisions, Carlo generally adopted it. On the surface of Demetus III's second moon, Saint Diago, kneeling on one knee, said, "As you command, my lord." Saint Diago rose, and after breaking the spiritual environment with his ritual dagger, he switched communication channels and sent a message to Carlo. He did not directly make the request using his royal court title, but rather as a more gentle personal request. "Lord, the Nordian lips are half red and half black, Father will be interested in them. I think you should issue an order, requiring the Order Shadows to collect them." Tens of seconds later, Carlo's voice sounded. "I accept your proposal." Saint Diago then returned to the squad, and 5 days later during resupply, he confirmed that the battle group had begun collecting. The Nordian lips were neatly placed into cooling boxes and transported by transport aircraft to warships in the void. After resupply, Saint Diago led his 5 squads into the forest from another area. The terrain in this area was a swamp, and one of his company's squads had previously gone missing. The company commander issued an order, requiring the company to enter this area to search for and rescue comrades, and to strike at any enemies who might launch an attack. Saint Diago followed the company commander's instructions, arriving at the marked point and entering the forest. The Order Shadows stepped into the swamp, trudging forward. 27 minutes after his helmet timer started, Saint Diago stopped, his eyes deep, and activated his warp vision. He saw living beings slowly rising one by one in the swamp. Prepare for battle. As soon as Saint Diago gave the order, a figure 3 times the size of a normal Nordian shot out. It emitted strange sounds, and a psychic shock echoed in the minds of the Order Shadows. "I am God. Surrender." All the Order Shadows paused, and Saint Diago felt a mental stab pierce into his mind. He immediately recalled what the Demetus Knights had mentioned, that there were Xenos among the Nordians who claimed to be gods, and these most malicious creatures had the ability to communicate and demanded obedience from newcomers. Other races and travelers who had come to this world had been manipulated by them, and they had also attempted to control the Knights. Saint Diago immediately ascended to the second layer of Telemaria Mind Realm, his spine spewed dazzling light, and he shouted loudly, "Awaken!" Saint Diago's voice resonated in the minds of the Order Shadows, dispelling the Nordians' psychic control. The Trickmaster raised his hand and waved it towards the Nordian. A flash stung the Nordian's eyes. Having been hidden in the swamp and never seen light, its eyes stung with pain. The Trickmaster waved his hand again, and a lightless black curtain appeared out of thin air, enveloping him and the opponent. He smirked. "Open black lens bracket. Not only can you spray ink, but I can also create a black curtain. Close black lens bracket." The Trickmaster rushed into the black curtain. He raised his hand and simultaneously made a loud noise. The Nordian's hearing was disrupted, and he turned and walked towards the direction of the sound. The Trickmaster felt a slight sensation of dissolving within his body as he performed the trick. Saint Diago wasn't just performing a trick, his warp vision had caught sight of a gap on the Nordian's back. He had been injured before, that was his weakness. To penetrate its bloated hide, the trickmaster decided to mislead it. The trickmaster swiftly arrived behind the Nordian, raised his arm, pressed it against the corresponding position of the wound, and activated electric shock. Unlike other tricks, electric shock could not leave the body. The Nordian's body trembled violently, and electricity surged through its body. With a bursting sound, the psychic healed wound exploded open. The Nordian let out a cry of pain, and its corpse crashed heavily to the ground. As soon as Saint Diago killed the Nordian leader, his communicator suddenly beeped. After connecting, the voice of a guard member sounded. The company commander is dead. The Midas launched a surprise attack. Saint Diago exited Telemaria mind realm, switching to the mindset created by Magnus to calm his anger and sorrow. He collected information from the company channel, clearing his thoughts. Open black lens bracket first, a squad was ambushed and completely disappeared. After the company entered, multiple squads were attacked, and the Midas took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the company commander. Could the Midas and Nordians have allied? Close black lens bracket. Saint Diago's gaze sharpened. Open black lens bracket. Even if they haven't allied, they've reached some kind of tacit understanding to deal with us simultaneously. Close black lens bracket. He exited the mindset and, seeing that the 5 squads had cleared out all the attacking Nordians, issued an order. Follow me, we shall avenge the company commander. As the higher ranked of the 2 deputies, he had to avenge the company commander and reorganize the company. Saint Diago led the squad towards the honor guard's location. The squad marched onward, quickly reaching the battlefield. Saint Diago immediately saw that in addition to their walking tentacles, the Midu Xenos held a 2-meter-long whip in each of their other 3 pairs of arms, resembling a swaying python. Having once been trained as a psychic artisan, and now the most excellent artisan in the 5th battle group, he immediately recognized that the 6 whips were psychic weapons. According to the Midas, they were arcane weapons, created by combining weapon forging, psychic techniques, and biotechnology. While Saint Diago pondered, the company commander's honor guard furiously attacked the Midu Xeno. The Midu's 6 arms moved rapidly, energy fields crackled, and bolter rounds were detonated by psychic power before they touched its body. It suddenly lashed out with a whip, striking a honor guard member. With a booming sound, the power armor was torn apart. Just as it raised another arm, preparing to bring the whip down, the Trickmaster rushed forward, pushing forcefully. Through his optical display, an equivalent of an 8-level strong wind appeared out of thin air, and the unprepared Xeno's anemone-like body swayed from the wind blast. The whip grazed the guard member's body and slammed into the ground. The Trickmaster raised his hand, and a mist rose around him and the Midu Xeno. After the Midu regained its balance, it saw the mist, and its body rapidly rotated, quickly swinging its whips. The dense whip shadows made it impossible to approach. When the Trickmaster was still 5 meters from the Midu, he stopped and pointed at the Xeno's feet. The ground beneath the Midu's feet seemed to be coated with a layer of grease, its tentacles slipped, and it fell heavily to the ground. Saint Diago put his staff on his back and drew his archaeological pistol, firing the psychic bullets he had created at the Xeno. With a bang, the anemone-like body exploded into a pool of blood mist. The Trickmaster raised his hand and used his remaining spiritual energy to disperse the mist creation with a wind blast. Feeling his control over the Trickmaster power deepen further, he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. Although the tricks I master are not strong, if effectively combined, they can deal with powerful enemies. Close black lens bracket. While Saint Diago pondered, another deputy who had arrived at the scene spoke. The company commander died, and Saint Diago avenged him. He is also highly regarded by Father, and thus should rightfully assume command. The 354th chapter, Order Shadow's Warship with Forged Readings. The decisive battle Urium Bendereg had been waiting for finally arrived in the first month of 842. After sacrificing 43 capital ships, the First Legion finally reached the high orbit of Holy Grail Star. Bendereg personally led the 8th battle group, which he belonged to before becoming the Legion Master, to launch the first orbital drop. After leaping out of the drop pod, he calmly aimed and fired at the beams shot by the Midas. A high-explosive bullet shattered the alien's disc-shaped combat vehicle. The warriors of the 8th Battle Group then emerged, and the roar of bolt guns echoed across the alien's sacred land. In Bendereg's optical sight, the runes representing each squad gradually lit up. The warriors of the 8th Battle Group quickly formed formations amidst the chaos of the landing. Bendereg led the charge forward. The Midas, arcane technology caused considerable losses to the 8th Battle Group's warriors, but it could not stop their advance towards the Holy Grail Temple. On the steps in front of the Holy Grail-shaped temple, which shone with light, Bendereg encountered a figure in a shimmering robe, whose body, combined with the Midas, iridescent anemone-like form, made the alien appear both real and illusory. As the Sword Master of the First Legion, Bendereg was immediately drawn to the longsword in its hand, which resembled ethereal smoke. He gazed intently at the longsword. Its hilt seemed to have grown rather than been forged, connecting with its clawed hand. The blade projected an ethereal energy field, like dancing in shimmering smoke and mist. Bendereg raised his sword, entered a combat stance, and approached the Midas Archpriest. The Midas Archpriest let out a piercing shriek that Bendereg did not understand, but he could guess it was likely words of blasphemy. Bendereg fixed his gaze on the opponent, launching his attack as it furiously lunged at him. Bendereg parried the alien's attack, then twisted his wrist, pressing past the ethereal, smoke-emitting blade, striking directly at the enemy's neck. The Midas Archpriest seemed to anticipate this, agilely dodging the attack. Bendereg engaged the alien in close combat, their blades leaving trails of ghostly blue light and ethereal smoke in the air. The warriors of the 8th Battle Group had full confidence in their Legion Master, pouring a hail of bullets onto the Midas to prevent them from getting close. Bendereg did not disappoint them. The Sword Master of the First Legion launched a storm-like barrage of attacks, even faster than the Archpriest's precognition. His sword-wielding speed also could not match Bendereg's swift swordsmanship. Bendereg left sword wounds on the anemone-like body with continuous strikes. The Midas Archpriest's speed grew slower and slower until he could no longer keep up with Bendereg's attacks. Bendereg twisted his energized blade. As their swords met, he violently rolled his power sword, a precise thrust piercing the Midas Archpriest's abdomen. Accompanied by the fierce roar of the decomposition field, tearing open a large amount of flesh. Bendereg delivered another strike, shattering the anemone-like body. While the First Legion was cleansing the Midas aliens on Holy Grail Star, Ning Lu, who had returned to Mezoa, also launched an offensive. The indispensable passage from Mezoa to the Menaki star system is Moab, which is also where warp currents are relatively stable between the Cyclops star cluster and Menaki. Therefore, the cold desert planet Moab, despite having no resources, became the largest human colony in the nearby region. Centuries ago, the shadow of the Midas obscured Moab's sky, and this world became their flesh factory. Perkasielny led the 11th Battle Group, ordered to attack Moab and seize the gateway to Menaki. In the second month of 842, the 11th Battle Group's fleet arrived at Moab. The Relic-class battleship, son of Vostronia, mimic chamber. The runes in the alcove glowed, and electronic devices activated, flashing blue light. Pell sat in a chair surrounded by cables, like a drop pod. As soon as he connected to the neural interface directly linked to his spine, he fell into a trance, then was swallowed by a sea of data. Based on data from both sides on Moab, he, along with dozens of auxiliary army officers, completed calculations and formulated a battle plan. Frigates and destroyers moved out first, forming an assault formation, creating a spreading sphere of destruction. Subsequently, the capital ships increased power, with two battleships, the first company's Vostonia's sword and the second company's Vostronia's shield, becoming the heavy hammers on the flanks, striking at the Midas warships. Only the son of Vostronia did not approach the battlefield. The Relic-class battleship fully utilized its firepower advantage to deliver deadly sniper attacks against the Midas warships. As the most outstanding lawyer under the Black Emperor, Pell knew how to leverage advantages and strike at the enemy's weaknesses. After gaining an advantage in the Void battle, Pell began to execute another mission, testing 12 warships equipped with improved technology from the Ran-Dan alien for forging readings. He planned and deployed these 12 warships in a single area, with no friendly warships around them. Deploying warships in the deep, dark void was not an easy task, but for the Order Shadows with their mimic chambers, it was much easier than for most Imperial fleets. The 12 black warships did not disrupt the friendly fleet's formation, while equivalent firepower warships were simultaneously moved to fill their positions. Over 500 warships achieved perfect coordination in the void. Compared to the coordination requirements, the number of fleet liaison ships was significantly reduced, only 1/10 of the previous number. In fact, liaison ships are now almost useless for the Order Shadows, they are kept only for extreme situations. Relying on their powerful heart, the punishment class reactor, the Order Shadows, warships can provide higher power for communication array systems, in addition to supporting weapons, void shields, and various other systems. The Mimic Chamber could therefore take over the duties of liaison ships and reduce the demand for communication personnel on each warship. On the First Company's flagship, Vostonia's Sword, Gibbs in the Mimic Chamber clearly understood his duties. With a thought, he selected a capital ship from the Midas sub-fleet and gave instructions to the tech sergeant responsible for this test. 5 meters in a straight line, the tech sergeant immediately issued the command. The battleship's newly installed stealth field generator operated at full power. The tech sergeant checked all data, confirming that thousands of generators were running. Especially the generators related to the ether, the Midas were skilled in arcane technology, and their remote sensing system was also based on etheric readings. Gibbs's focus was more comprehensive, the most direct manifestation being the result, whether the enemy attacked Vostonia's Sword. After the battleship's macro cannons on both sides fired 2 rounds at the enemy ship, he realized that the Midas warships failed to identify his own flagship, which had cut in between them. They were like sluggish spheres, foolishly continuing to rotate, identifying the Gothic Imperial warships as friendly vessels. Data feedback was compiled for Pell. None of the 12 warships were attacked by the enemy, and the test was successful. After the victory in the Void battle was decided, Pell issued an order for the Son of Vostronia to reach Moab's high orbit. After striking the Midas orbital defense facilities, Pell issued the order for orbital drop. Moab's void port was crucial for the future Order Shadows, and could not be turned into ruins by war. Pell boarded a drop pod and rapidly descended towards the largest void port scanned by the Augur Matrix. The humans in the labor camps watched in astonishment as dazzling, rain-like lights flashed in the sky. After Pell emerged from the drop pod, he assembled his guard and charged towards the huge dome-shaped building in the center of the port. He raised his Archeo pistol and fired an Inferno bolt gun round. The adamantium warhead penetrated the disc-shaped Midas combat vehicle, releasing oxygen phosphorus gel, incinerating the alien while he drew his golden longsword. For the King of Vostronia. Pell shouted loudly, while silently thinking, for the Black Emperor. For my lord. Then he swung the golden longsword, personally forged by the Black Emperor during his contest with the Gene Seed Primarch Vulcan, and charged into the alien horde, his blade rapidly spinning and cleaving. Pell felt his body filled with power. The Black Emperor had only personally forged one weapon, and it was in his hands. What an honor that was. The barbarian let out a howling mask. Over 20 Midas aliens staggered, golden stars bursting before their eyes. The barbarian ferociously crashed into the aliens, the golden blade shining, and the Midas arcane weapons were brutally shattered by the immense power. The guard members, bathed in light as brilliant as the Gene Father's wings, followed Pell's footsteps. The golden light, like a spearhead, tore through the alien lines, only forced to stop outside the dome building. The anemone-like body of a Midas Guard commander, shrouded in a smoke-like light, rushed out of the defense command post. Intense barrages of gunfire struck his energy shield, causing bursts of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Pell noticed that the Midas alien's shield still did not break under the guard member's attacks. He raised the pistol in his hand, which resembled crystal, and fired an orange beam of light. The beam struck a guard member on the left, piercing his power armor, and the smell of burning permeated the air. Pell, the newly appointed briber, raised his Archeo pistol and, with a flick of his wrist, sent 5 Inferno boltgun rounds at the Midas commander. The Midas arcane shield was covered in burning chemical fuel, but the Midas commander was not flustered. This level of attack could not break his arcane energy field. But the next moment, the arcane shield suddenly vanished. As the Midas commander was puzzled, Pell suddenly appeared before him, swinging his golden longsword and striking the anemone-like body. Chapter 355, Rewarding the Rogue Traitor. In the 4th month of 842, the 11th Legion's fleet arrived at Moab. Inside the Primarch's palace on the Wenquan Shadow, Ning Lu listened with a smile to Perkasielny's report. By occupying Moab, the 11th Legion had gained control of the entire Colonnade Abyss's transportation hub. In Ning Lu's memory, Moab had always been the Mitu United Empire's transportation hub. Even after the Empire established the Colonnade New Zone and the Deep Abyss port was built, Moab remained the second largest hub planet in that region, an essential passage for voyages between the Cyclops star cluster and Menaki. My lord, as of now, the 11th Battle Group has suffered a total of 2,560 Order Shadows fallen in battle. More than 2,000 of them died during the battle to capture Moab. Ning Lu's eyes darkened. The 11th Battle Group had participated in the First Randan War, and their losses were replenished after the war, bringing their numbers to over 20,000. After suffering the most severe losses in its history this time, its numbers had dropped to 17,900. Open black lens bracket. It will take 2 to 3 rounds of new recruit replenishment to restore the 20,000 number. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Pell continued his briefing. After void combat tests, the improved Randan falsified reading technology device has been successfully verified. The Mitu are unable to discern our disguise. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu spoke. Your battle group has suffered significant losses and is not suitable for further direct combat. I have decided to entrust Hurricane Star to you. Leverage your modified warships to clear Mitu warships in the surrounding area and control this planet. As Ning Lu spoke, Arsena Dun operated the control staff, projecting a holographic image of the star map, marking the location of Hurricane Star. The Mitu have not developed Hurricane Star, but that planet contains abundant mineral deposits and is the most valuable world for future development in the Colonnade Abyss. In Ning Lu's memory, Hurricane Star, currently a wild world, would rapidly rise in the future to become a casting world. Although Hurricane Star's production capacity was inferior to Mezoa and Incalidian, being only a second-tier casting world, it was still far more valuable than many worlds in the Cyclops star cluster. Moreover, during the Great Birthday celebration, Hurricane Star sided with Horus, becoming one of the future bases of the Dark Mechanicus. Open black lens bracket. Hurricane Star is mine. Although Hurricane Star's resources are not as abundant as the Tricon system, they surpass Vostronia and Kos. Close black lens bracket. Your will be done, my lord. Pell responded. Although he could not participate in the Battle of Menaki, what the Black Emperor said made him realize the importance of Hurricane Star. My lord, I discovered a type of chicken-like creature in Moab with golden feathers all over its body. Because wherever it appears, it brings warm light to the cold Moab, as if sunlight is shining. The locals call it the sun-feathered chicken. I thought you might be interested, so I brought 5. Ning Lu's eyes flashed upon hearing, sun-feathered chicken. Open black lens bracket. The main material for the Sun Pathway Sequence 7 inches Sun Priest Potion. Close black lens bracket. You are thoughtful. I will examine the gifts you brought later. After Pell left, Ning Lu looked at the rogue traitor Louis von Valen-Suze, who was accompanying the Legion. Louis, the Colonnade Abyss star map and intelligence you brought back have greatly assisted in this war against the Mitu Xenos, and you deserve a reward. Among the Cyclops, there are 105 worlds suitable for human habitation, 72 of which are undeveloped. You may choose any 3 worlds, they will belong to the von Valensus family. Zavalik also belongs to you. I hope you can restore its production capacity as soon as possible, as an agricultural world, to supply food to the worlds of the Cyclops star cluster. To encourage the rogue traitor to continue serving him, Ning Lu allocated 4 planets for him to develop. My lord, I will surely redouble my efforts to discover more worlds for you. Louis said excitedly. The von Valensus family had previously received rewards of ships and a large amount of wealth for their merits. Although all 4 worlds required resource investment for development, the family could afford it. Louis was delighted. Unlike the previous shares of returns, the von Valensus family now had its own foundation. He calmed his surging emotions and bowed, saying, My lord, I wish to participate in the Monarchy campaign and personally slay the hateful Xenos who enslave our human brethren. Louis could not forget the Midus massacre of humans, treating them as flesh and blood fuel. He was also unwilling to merely act as an observer in this war. Your courage is commendable. I grant your request. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He did not want to lose Louis, his capable explorer. Arsena, take him to my private armory to select ring weapons and protective orbs. As you command, my lord. Arsena replied, then led Louis to Ning Lu's private armory. Ning Lu looked at Jiao's Veroni and asked with a smile. Jiao's, are you adapting well? My lord, I have benefited greatly by your side. Jiao's eyes sparkled. When he was in Demetus, he only felt the Gene Seed Primarch's powerful combat ability. After serving Ning Lu, the young knight learned much from the Gene Seed Primarch. He believed that after becoming the Supreme King of Demetus in the future, he would bring significant positive changes to the Broken Knight world. The Baron of Corruption looked at Jiao's. He was already beginning to feel that there was much less separation between his spirituality and the potion, with signs of slow integration. Open black lens bracket. After being promoted to Baron of Corruption, the newcomers I have kept by my side are Ryan Ramirez and Louis von Valensus. However, they both have a considerable degree of loyalty to me, and the effect of roleplaying is not significant. I have not received obvious feedback. But Jiao's is different. The effect of corrosion is obvious, and I have already digested part of the potion. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Jiao's bowed and said, My lord, my bitter bamboo has been repaired by the accompanying tech priests. I hope to participate in the Battle of Monarchy. Jiao's saw that even the rogue traitor requested to participate in the battle, so he naturally did not want to fall behind. The machine spirit of the bitter bamboo yearned for a great battle and to gain glory. I look forward to your performance. The new era of Veroni begins with you. After the meeting, Ning Lu went to his private treasury. Upon seeing the 5 chickens with golden feathers, he confirmed that they were the main materials for the Sun Priest. He issued an order for the Order Shadows remaining in Moab to collect sun-feathered chickens. In front of the Gene Seed Primarch's private armory door, the original body servant placed his hand on the scanner panel, and a black keypad popped out. Arsena was silent for a second, then awakened his memory. He entered an encrypted sequence that randomly changed every 11 minutes. With a series of metallic clangs, the obsidian door rumbled open. Only I and my lord can open this door. But only a few individuals permitted by my lord can enter. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Louis excitedly followed the original body servant through the door. His vision was instantly filled. He saw craft-like firearms and melee weapons on the weapon racks. The rogue traitor felt that, from his perspective, every single weapon among them could serve as a family heirloom for the von Valensus family for generations. He told himself internally that most of the weapons were suited for a Gene Seed Primarch, or at least an Order Shadow, before he regained his composure. Louis followed the original body servant to a corner of the private armory, where he saw rows of rings and orbs on the shelves. Arsena said, You may choose as many as you wish, as long as you can carry them. The original body servant knew the Black Emperor's regard for Louis and encouraged him to take more. Lewis cautiously took only 5 protective orbs and 2 ring weapons, not wanting to appear overly greedy. Arsena frowned at this. He then placed 2 more protective orbs on the rogue traitor and handed him 5 rings. "This is what you deserve," he said, seeing Lewis about to speak again. "Your safety is also a concern of my lord." Upon hearing this, Lewis' face was filled with gratitude. "I will certainly not disappoint Lord Ning Lu's expectations. The Von Valenceus will serve Lord Monarch for generations." The 11th Legion's fleet set sail for the Monarchy star system in the 5th month of 842. Chapter 356, Protected by a Protective Orb, Ring Weapon Slays the Enemy. It was the 9th standard month of 842. Colonnide Abyss, Monarchy star system, Monarchia. The prophet Flamini, nearly 10 years old, once again evaded danger in the sewers with his followers. He looked around. His followers had decreased from a peak of 5,000 to just over 400. Most of them had been used as flesh fuel for the Midu's evil arcane machines, and he could hear their terrified screams from the etheric tide. Flamini's face bore a weariness and pain unbefitting his age. He heard their pleas for help, but he was helpless. Flamini didn't even know how much longer this endless escape journey could last. His precognition didn't always yield the desired results, and his interpretations could be wrong. Flamini made many mistakes. No one taught him. He relied on talent, trial, and error. He took a deep breath, and as the stench filled his nostrils, he cast aside his negative emotions. Flamini looked around, then walked towards a pipe. "Let's rest here for a while." He found a relatively clean spot on a metal pipe and sat cross-legged. Flamini's eyes were deep as his mind delved into the warp, searching for hope among the kaleidoscopic visions. Over the past few years, he had performed countless precognitions but had never found new hope. But Flamini did not give up. He believed he would eventually find it. His gaze traversed the blood-red visions, seeing only scenes of Midu throwing humans into various machines to burn. Flamini struggled to control himself, not to show sadness or anger at witnessing the death of his own kind, knowing it would attract predators from the warp. He felt enveloped by a chilling cold, illusions appeared before his eyes, and whispers echoed in his ears. Flamini knew his will had reached its limit, and he had to end the precognition immediately. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Once again, he had failed to find hope. Just then, he saw a dark shadow engulfing the Midu's bloody orb of light. Flamini pursued this shadow, then saw an unremarkable marble building, and then a brilliant beam of light. His consciousness immediately returned to reality, his body drenched in cold sweat. All of Flamini's attention was focused on the last vision, which awakened a childhood memory. At that time, he had not yet awakened his psychic abilities, and his family, along with many others, crowded into that dilapidated building. Compared to the sewers, it was already paradise, and more importantly, he still had his parents then. Flamini's eyes lit up. He interpreted the vision. Hope is connected to the shadow, and I can find it at my childhood residence. He couldn't precisely know the meaning of the light, ultimately seeing it as the light of hope. Flamini hesitated. The Midu absolutely would not allow psychers to live, and going to the surface was tantamount to walking to the butcher's blade. Having undergone countless precognitions, he also knew that what he foresaw was not necessarily what was about to happen. As Flamini hesitated, he felt a colossal shadow approaching. Flamini was familiar with the colossal shadow. Several years ago, the warp stirred, and a shadow enveloped Monarchy. Open black lens bracket shadow, close black lens bracket. Flamini whispered silently in his heart. The omen had occurred. He suddenly stood up. "Follow me, I will lead you to pursue hope." His emaciated followers rose one after another, their eyes shining with hope as they followed the prophet. At the same moment, the Ramirez-class star fort, after a long voyage, arrived in the Monarchy star system, towed by tugboats. The 11th Legion's fleet then warped into the real world, deploying its formation with the star fortress as its center. As the capital of the Midu United Empire, the Monarchy star system gathered the Midu's largest fleet. Thousands of Midu warships immediately aimed their firepower at the colossal object in the void. Countless beams of light shot against the Fortress-class energy shield. Facing the provocation, thousands of thermonuclear fusion warhead torpedoes fired from the central area of the Lamely class. Atomic flames tore through dozens of Midu capital ship-class vessels, and the void burned fiercely. More cluster warhead torpedoes spewed towards the Midu warships, seemingly endless, as if they would never run out. Thrusters larger than an entire destroyer glowed with scorching red light, burning fiercely like the sun. The Ramirez-class Star Fort's Fortress-class energy shield endured countless light beam strikes, pushed through the wreckage of enemy ships torn apart by torpedoes, and advanced steadily. Terrifying gun batteries showered huge shells like rain upon the Midu warships. The 11th Legion's fleet advanced alongside the Star Fortress, their bows firing fierce light spear rays that crisscrossed over dozens of spherical warships. In a brief moment, dozens of warships became like burning stars, then ceased to exist. The void of the entire star system was illuminated, and the Ramirez-class Star Fort finally stabilized in high orbit above Manakia. The sky above Manakia was then illuminated by rapidly changing fire, as overwhelming torpedoes and dense barrages were intercepted by the Midu's anti-air fire, exploding in the air. But this was only the beginning. The 11th Legion's fleet decelerated into orbit, and more turrets and light spear arrays joined the bombardment. The bombardment continued for a full stellar month before the Midu's anti-air fire was reduced to a level where a landing operation could be launched. The 5 battle groups of the Order Shadows participating in the war then launched orbital drops. Rogue traitors Louis von Valen-Suze, Louis gathered his armed forces and acted with the 1st battle group. The 1st battle group, having participated in the Incalidian suppression campaign in the First Randan War, and stationed in the Osiris Star Cluster, was the smallest in terms of troops among the participating battle groups, with only 7 companies and 6,900 Order Shadows. They were ordered to attack the Midu's 5th largest city, confirmed by Augur Matrix scans. The officers of Louis' armed forces were Vostonia auxiliary officers he had hired at great expense. Although they had to retire due to injuries or other reasons, they were favored by rogue traitors. Louis' success in hiring these officers was not only due to the generous compensation he offered but also because he was the rogue traitor most valued by the Lord King. Warriors were recruited from several feral worlds, rigorously trained by the officers, and equipped with excellent weapons procured from Vostronia armories. Chief warrior Slavomir Kawazinski was the only Vostonia auxiliary company commander Louis recruited. He lost both his legs to an energy beam after destroying an Andrew robot during the purification of Osensk. After Kawazinski received prosthetics, physiological function tests determined he could not meet the requirements for continued service, and he was forced to retire. For his meritorious service, he gained the right to enter Exemplar City. And because of the Osensk commemorative medal, he could obtain 100 kilometers of land on the main planet of Exodai. Kawazinski ultimately chose a residence in the mid-hive of Exemplar City, and relying on the merits of his medal, sent his 5 children to study in schools in the upper hive. He himself, unwilling to live a boring retirement, was attracted by the rogue trader's offer to replace his prosthetics with custom-designed ones and joined the exploration team. Louis paid Kawazinski 1,500,000 King's coins, 3 times his retirement pension. After adaptive training, he found that he possessed almost the same agility as before. The dense barrages fired by the Order Shadows awakened Kawazinski's past memories. He saw the Midu being torn apart by roaring bolter rounds, scattering and fleeing, then spoke. Lord Louis, the Lord King's offspring have broken through the defenders' lines, it's time to attack. Good, the rogue traitor pressed his comm beat and said on the comm channel. Warriors of von Valen-Suze, for centuries, the Midu have inflicted atrocities upon our human brethren. Today, we shall deliver them the punishment of death. Attack! The rogue traitor raised his Vostronia pattern laser gun and fired a destructive beam at the vile alien. Louis' sweat on the training deck paid off, the beam accurately struck the Midu soldier. After breaking through 2 blocks, the armed forces of the von Valen-Suze family discovered a high-value strategic target, the Midu's arcane factory. After a moment of thought, Louis decided to attack the arcane factory. Achieving such a victory would add a shining page to the history of the von Valençus family. Louis caressed the protective orbs hanging on the chest and waist of his ornate armor, feeling even more confident. The chief warrior led the charge, raising his Vostronia pattern laser gun while running and firing at the guards. A series of beams precisely hit, and the anemone-like bodies disintegrated and fell to the ground. Louis followed Kawazinski into the spherical factory and immediately saw humans being herded by Midu into strange circular devices. He angrily knocked down a guard, just about to rush towards the nearest device. Suddenly, two Midu with 4 pairs of wrist tentacles strode forward. Louis immediately recalled the information provided by the Order Shadows, knowing they were Midu elite soldiers, skilled in close combat. The chief warrior reacted first. He fired several beams at the aliens, and finding them unable to break through the strange energy shield, he drew his power sword and pressed the runic inscription. Louis saw the chief warrior, using Osber Vaya, wield his power sword to block one Midu warrior. Although he had also received training and mastered some sword techniques, he was not confident he could defeat an elite Midu warrior with them. Seeing the Midu warrior approaching, Louis immediately raised his left hand and activated his ring weapon. With a bang, Louis' hand felt a recoil, like that of an automatic gun. A blinding flame spear flew towards the Midu warrior. Louis' heart filled with joy. Arsene Adun had told him that each ring weapon could only fire one type of attack. But there were many types of ring weapons, and the attack effect of the ring weapon he obtained was uncertain. Louis was also told that after each attack, the ring weapon needed some time before it could be used again. He understood this as recharging. Because the recharge time varied depending on the ring, he dismissed the idea of testing it. Open black lens bracket. My luck is truly good. Praise Lord Ning Lu, close black lens bracket. As Louis pondered, he saw the flame spear pierce the Midu warrior's energy shield, dissipating like smoke. Open black lens bracket. Damn it, close black lens bracket. Louis found that the eyepiece he wore on his right eye could not detect the Midu warrior in the smoke. He immediately pulled back, but the Midu warrior's attack was faster. 6 smoke-shrouded longswords slashed at Louis. Louis was caught off guard, but an energy shield appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. Boom, boom, boom. Loud crashing sounds erupted. After Louis realized the alien's attack had not broken the protective orb's defense, he thanked Lord Ning Lu again in his heart, then extended his left middle finger. Dozens of ice shards shot out, smashing the Midu into a pulp. After Louis dealt with one Midu warrior, he saw the chief warrior kill the Midu with a single slash. As the rogue traitor rescued his human brethren, Flamini fell into crisis within the Midu's main city. Upon first stepping onto the surface, the Midu were in chaos due to the aerial bombardment, and the team's advance was relatively smooth. But after advancing 5 kilometers, they were inevitably discovered by Midu warriors. Chapter 357, Distortion. A beam of light flashed in Flamini's mind, and he lunged forward, rolling to his front left, dodging the Midu's attack. His followers, however, did not have such foresight, and several died under the Midu's assault. Flamini knew that his followers were fewer than 100, and he was still more than 500 meters from the building in his memory. The thought of retreating or finding a place to hide flashed through his mind, but he could sense that the entire city would become a battlefield. A battlefield between the Bloody Midas and the Black Shadows. Flamini was grateful that his foresight had succeeded, and hope had arrived. But he also felt the danger of death. Since he could not avoid the danger, he hoped to return to his birthplace. Flamini made a decision to continue forward. The revelation of foresight was there, only by reaching it would hope arrive. Flamini also wanted to know if his parents were still alive. The visions he saw when his psychic abilities awakened were contradictory. His several predictions had also yielded no answers. Thinking this, Flamini raised the rusted firearm in his hand and fired bullets at the spot where the Midu would appear next. The death of the Midu brought confidence to his followers, who raised their various weapons and attacked. The surviving humans were all excellent marksmen, their shots never missed, killing several Midas. Flamini bent low, advancing along his foreseen path, his followers close behind him. The path to the target was a bloody one, although Flamini constantly adjusted his direction, avoiding enemies as much as possible. As more and more Midas surged forward, one follower after another fell. When they were still about 60 meters from the building, only 50 or so people remained. Flamini was the first to rush to the building, where he immediately saw the rotten, broken corpses inside. His mind buzzed, and a memory abruptly appeared in his mind. His mother pushed him away, and his father stood in front of him. Open black lens bracket. They had long been dead. Close black lens bracket. Flamini realized the cold reality. His parents had long since died under the Midu's butcher knife. He let out a cry of despair. What hope? He had arrived here, but saw nothing. Flamini gave a self-mocking smile. Looking around him, countless Midu warriors were rushing towards them, and a dozen of his followers instantly fell. As Flamini despaired, light simultaneously lit up in his mind and eyes. Blinding flames descended from the sky, instantly incinerating thousands of Midas into ash. Flamini saw the black-armored giant emerging from the smoke and realized that was hope. Ning Lu's gaze swept over the others, landing on the young man. He could keenly sense that the young man was a psychic, and possessed great talent. But the young man's emotions fluctuated wildly, which might cause him to lose control. The Gene Seed Primarch sent a thought pulse to Ramsey, transmitting the young man's image into his mind. Ramsey, provide him with assistance. Ning Lu then looked at the domed building in the city center. Through mind reading, he knew from the Midu's minds that the rulers of the Midu United Empire were 19 governors. Although there were many races in the Midu United Empire, apart from races like humans who were used as fuel, other races had various roles, but the top race was without exception the sea anemone shaped. Each race with a sacred form would produce a governor to join the council. The 19 Midu governors were in the largest city's council palace, which was that dome. Ning Lu led the honor guard to attack the dome. Bolt guns roared, firing dense barrages, and Midas fell in swaths. The Val's sword shimmered with blue and white light, spinning rapidly, tearing through sea anemone bodies. Ning Lu suddenly arrived about a kilometer from the domed building. In his warp vision, he suddenly saw the building ahead churning with colorful light, and he could also see countless lives rapidly vanishing. He thought of the Midu's arcane technology and immediately had a guess. Open black lens bracket. The Midas used humans as fuel to activate some kind of arcane technology. Close black lens bracket. A hint of anger flickered in Ning Lu's eyes, and with a flap of his golden wings, he instantly appeared outside the domed building. The Baron of Corruption's muscles bulged, his waist and back twisted, and his left arm swung, launching a cannonball-like punch. Boom! Where the power fist struck, bricks and stones shattered and cracked, and a spiderweb-like hole quickly appeared. The entire building shook incessantly, then collapsed with a crash. Ning Lu stepped into the collapsed building and saw a transparent light shield roaring. Tens of thousands of humans struggled and wailed. As they died, a certain supernatural energy was produced, gathered by arcane devices, and fed into the transparent light shield on the high platform. 19 giant sea anemone-shaped creatures, varying in size, came from various Midu races. In warp vision, the Midu's joint governors, due to the continuous energy injection, visibly grew stronger. Ning Lu knew that to interrupt their strengthening process and save the humans who had not yet died, he must kill them quickly. But the energy within that light shield was clearly a boost for the Midu governors. Ning Lu flapped his wings, flying rapidly towards the light shield. He drew Jushin's spear and threw it with all his might. Jushin's spear pierced through the light shield, flew out from another direction, and stuck into the ground. The moment the light shield was pierced, the Baron of Corruption had already flown into it, and his spirituality spread. The governors will to prohibit other Midas from entering the council hall, to demonstrate their authority, was distorted into an independent environment. The 19 governors were about to attack Ning Lu when their sea anemone bodies suddenly wrinkled. They felt the arcane energy rapidly disappearing. Besides using corrosion, the Baron of Corruption used his other signature extraordinary ability, distortion, to twist the arcane energy that only the Midas could utilize into warp power. The qualitative change in the Baron of Corruption allowed him to go from merely utilizing rules in the past to now distorting rules for his own use. He distorted the combat environment that was advantageous to the Midas into one suitable for himself. As the Baron of Corruption's spirituality rapidly depleted, the Gene Seed Primarch felt power surging around his body. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and psychokinesis erupted, causing the entire light shield to shake incessantly. The dissipated energy was distorted and confined within the light, and the vibrating force tore apart one machine after another. Inside the dome, the rapidly operating machines quickly stopped, and the despairing humans looked at the council hall in astonishment. The Gene Seed Primarch forcefully slashed his right palm, tearing a rift between the physical universe and the warp with psychokinesis. The terrifying energy released by the vortex of destruction swept the 19 governors into it. The destructive force tore at their sea anemone bodies. The 19 governors felt their bodies being brutally pulled in different directions. They struggled with all their might, but the destructive power applied to them was too immense, and their struggles were meaningless. Accompanied by terrifying screams, their sea anemone bodies were torn to shreds, then ripped into even smaller fragments. In a few breaths, the 19 governors were annihilated by the vortex of destruction, leaving no remnants. The rescued humans stared blankly as the governors were torn to shreds, until someone shouted, "The alien leader is dead." Loud cheers erupted. The rescued people were in tears, embracing those beside them. The Baron of Corruption released the seal on the light shield, and the blood-colored chain on his right pinky finger glowed faintly, rapidly replenishing his depleted spirituality. Chapter 358 Flamini, My Destiny is with the 6th Battle Group. After achieving a breakthrough in the Monarchy star system, the 11th Legion began to clear out the Midas. Rogue traitors Louis von Valenceuse, believing he had fulfilled his duty to his fellow humans, decided to head to the territory granted to him by the Gene Seed Primarch and begin developing it. He met the Gene Seed Primarch in the dome of the Midas capital. Ning Lu sat on a shining throne and asked the rogue traitors, "Louis, how will you develop the planet of Valenceuse?" Louis had already thought it through and replied, "My lord, I heard that the 14th Legion has finished the Battle of Zavalik. That world has a certain foundation, and I want to start with it." Ning Lu nodded in approval of the rogue trader's idea. "Arsena, request Mezzoa to provide assistance for the construction of Valenceuse. Before you depart, I will also bestow upon you a gift. You and Arsena wait in the lounge." The original body servant led Louis out of the temporary office to the lounge to wait, then asked the rogue traders what assistance he needed. Ning Lu returned to the Nation of Disorder and ordered the space monkey to concoct a potion. He had chosen lawyer for the rogue traders. The rogue traders explore everywhere and face different situations. The characteristic of the lawyer to discover and utilize loopholes in rules and weaknesses of opponents is very suitable. Considering that the future Valenceuse will inherit Louis' extraordinary characteristics, the Black Emperor pathway, which he can influence in the future, is even more suitable. Even if the future Valenceuse successor encounters various unexpected situations not in the plan, he can still exert influence in time and not deviate from his will. A moment later, Louis drank the potion, and after following the information in his mind to converge his power, he bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you for your bestowal, my lord. I will definitely follow your will and explore more valuable worlds for you." After Louis left, Ning Lu turned his gaze to Arsena. "How is the construction progress of the Ramirez-class star fort? The overall situation of the colonized abyss has been decided, and it will take some time to cleanse the Midas. The development of new territories should also be put on the agenda. In the coming years, or even more than 10 years, it is inevitable that remnants of the Midas fleet will conduct guerrilla resistance in the vast areas of the colonized abyss. The flames of the Second Randan War will also spread throughout the northern galaxy, and the key construction areas need to be guarded by the Ramirez-class star fort. My lord, according to the agreement reached with Mezoa before, you agreed to their request. The first 5-star fortress built by Mezoa will be used to construct a complete star system defense system. The second star fortress built by Sepra Mundi will be completed in 2 months, while Tricon and Vostronia will take 2 years and 9 months and 5 years and 8 months, respectively. Ning Lu nodded slightly, and he instructed the original body servant. Bring up the star map of the colonite abyss. The silver-haired Arsena walked to the star map table set up by the tech sergeant, inserted the data pad into the interface, and brought up the star map. Ning Lu walked to the star map table and selected 2 locations, Hurricane Star and another unnamed planet. The unnamed planet was where Abyss Port was located in his memory. He said to Arsena, the first phase of development in the colonite abyss will focus on these 2 planets. Pelkasielny prayed to the Black Emperor a few days ago, and the 11th Battle Group has already controlled Hurricane Star. Hurricane Star is designated as an industrial world. Recruit technical workers from Sepra Mundi, Tricon, and Vostronia. Ning Lu then pointed to the unnamed planet. This is the largest warp route convergence point in the colonite abyss, named Abyss Port. Its positioning is to be the hub of the entire region in the future, undertaking large-scale colonization, recruiting immigrants from Necromunda. The second star fortress built by Sepra Mundi will be deployed on Hurricane Star. Ning Lu remembered that in the Second Randan War, Randan would deploy more than a dozen combat satellites. He decided to deploy several star fortress on important worlds in the colonite abyss's key nodes in the defense line. After Tricon and Vostronia are completed, they will be deployed at Abyss Port and Demetus, respectively. Build a portal at Abyss Port and Hurricane Star. The portals built by the 11th Legion are all established in key star systems fully controlled by the Legion. Currently, those deployed are located in Vostronia, Sepra Mundi, Vigilance Star System, Mordian, Tricon, and Kasai in the Obscurus sector, Necromunda in the Solar System, Tanis in the Pacific Star region, and Katachan, Osiris, and Thalassa in the Limit Star territory. Those under construction are in the Limit Star territory, the Veridia system where Kos is located. The portals are also gateways connecting other territories outside the Vostronia subsector. Even if the galaxy falls into the old night again and warp travel becomes impossible, his scattered territories in the galaxy can still travel like the Round Spider Alliance. Hurricane Star is the most valuable, and Abyss Port can radiate throughout the colonite abyss. Both are worth expending a large amount of resources to build portals. After Ning Lu arranged the territorial development matters, he issued another order. Miguel Cuesta will lead a joint team of the librarian and tech sergeant to research the Midas, arcane biotechnology. As a technological psyker, Miguel is best suited to undertake this responsibility. To enhance his abilities, Ning Lu has already made him an savant. He then thought of another psyker, Ramsey, and the child he saved. Have Ramsey and that child come to see me. As you command, my lord. After the original body servant left, Ning Lu also left the temporary office and came to a treasure vault in the midair of the dome. Based on the Midas number 3 engraved on the door and the corresponding scale, he guessed that this vault belonged to the third-ranked official. Ning Lu followed the spiritual light and walked straight to the shelf on the wall. On the shelf were placed sapphire blue gems in the shape of vertical eyes, with purple linear patterns on the outside of the gems. The light emitted by the gems softened everything around them, adding a touch of beauty. Ning Lu had already searched the suspected vaults of the chief and second officials. The biggest gain was before him, the main material for the witch potion of sequence 7 of the witch pathway, the purple patterned blue-eye gem. After he brought 83 of them back to the Nation of Disorder, he came to the first level space and, with a thought, ordered the space monkey to concoct the secret supplicant potion. For the biochemical psyker Ramsey, Ning Lu chose the Hanged Man pathway, where sequence 6 inches Rose Bishop would master flesh and blood magic. After he got the black-red potion, his eyes flashed. Open black lens bracket Ramsey and Hather Mayat are both biochemical psychers. Mayat's talent and ability are superior, but I made him an audience, so I won't strengthen him in this aspect. After Ramsey improves in the future, who will be better at this between him and Mayat, close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was contemplating, he returned to the temporary office. Father, I have brought Flamini. After Ramsey saluted, Ning Lu immediately spread his large hand. Drink it. Ramsey immediately reached out, picked up the potion, and drank it all. After Ning Lu transmitted the necessary common knowledge to Ramsey through telepathy, he looked at Flamini. The gene seed Primarch's scrutinizing gaze fell on the young man, and he immediately felt pressure. As a powerful psyker, he possessed a learning speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. During his time accompanying Ramsey, he had already mastered Vostonian and the knowledge of the Order Shadows and the gene seed Primarch. He knelt on one knee according to standard Vostonian etiquette and said, "Gene seed Primarch, thank you for saving my life. The enslaved humans of Menaki are bathed in your light of hope. Rise," Ning Lu said with a smile, helping Flamini up, and asked with interest. "I'm very interested in your experiences. Tell me about them." Flamini's nervousness eased slightly, and his fear of the giant before him lessened. He clearly recounted his experiences of awakening his psychic abilities, escaping into the sewers, and leading his followers to evade the Midas pursuit. "You've done quite well using your talent. For your age, it's perfect." Flamini smiled upon hearing the gene seed Primarch's praise, feeling proud. He decided to seize the opportunity and make a request. "Lord Ning Lu, Ramsey told me that children my age can pass trials to become glorious Order Shadows. I want to serve you. Please give me this opportunity." "I accept your request," Ning Lu replied with a smile, then said to the newly promoted extraordinary, "Ramsey, you will train him. He will become a powerful librarian." "No," Flamini cried out anxiously, "Lord Ning Lu, I have seen my destiny. I will join the 6th battle group. Compared to becoming a librarian, I would rather be an Order Shadows of the battle group." Ning Lu was silent for a few seconds, then, as Flamini began to feel uneasy, he said with a smile, "Good." Chapter 359. In the current War Council, I am not the only one who supports the use of psychic powers. As time entered 843, the war in the Colonnide Abyss gradually came to an end. The 1st Legion and the 14th Legion, carrying honor and pride, were the first to leave in the 2nd month. The various battle groups of the 11th Legion also began to leave in batches. Ning Lu led the 11th battle group and set off to return to Vostronia in October. The 6th battle group was left behind to continue clearing out the remaining Midas. In the Primarch Palace, Ning Lu listened to Arsena Dun's report on the Midas War. "My lord, I have compiled the reports from all participating battle groups. We suffered the most severe losses in history, with a total of 10,480 fatalities. Among them, the 11th battle group suffered the most severe losses, with a total of 2,913 fatalities." Names flashed quickly through Ning Lu's mind, many of which he could even match with their faces. "The number of fatalities in the 1st Legion cannot be confirmed. My advisors estimate it to be between 8,500 and 10,500. The number of losses for the 14th Legion is more certain, approximately 5,700. Ning Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging the huge price paid to resolve the Midas. He gained a star system, a world with mineral deposits meeting casting world standards, subjugated the casting world ally Mezoa, and secured the allegiance of the Veroni Knight family. Open black lens bracket until the Second Randan War. In 862, there will be no powerful alien forces to fight, so I can develop steadily for a period of time. I should make good use of the divination opportunity every 3 years to strengthen my power. I also need to consider preparing in advance to deal with the Randan threat and perform relevant divinations. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was pondering, the original body servant continued. "My lord, the Emperor has convened a new war council, which will begin at 10 o'clock 5 days from now, according to ship standard time." "I understand." 5 days later, Ning Lu's psychic projection crossed the void and appeared behind the Golden Palace on Terra, sweeping his gaze across the long table. He was first pleased that he was no longer sitting next to the unpleasant Leman Russ but rather Robert Guilliman. Russ sat between Guilliman and Vulcan, and it was expected that at least during the War Council, he would no longer approach him. At the end of the row where Ning Lu sat was Magnus. Horus still sat to the right of Mikado, and next to him were Ferrus Manus, Rogel Dorn, Hannibal, Fulgrim, and a new member. The new member, like Ning Lu, also had a pair of wings on his back. However, the wings on his back were white. Horus Lupercal, sitting opposite, smiled and introduced the new member to Ning Lu in the tone of a big brother. Ning Lu, we have welcomed a new brother, Sanguinius. Ning Lu nodded slightly, looking at Sanguinius. Welcome back, Sanguinius. Ning Lu said with a smile, the faction supporting the use of psychic powers growing stronger again. Ning Lu, I often hear Horus mention you. Sanguinius smiled brightly. You make him dare not slow down. Sanguinius's joke immediately drew agreement. I can confirm that is indeed the case. Fulgrim said, revealing an equally perfect smile. Both Fulgrim and Sanguinius had received guidance from Horus and fought alongside him, so no one in the War Council doubted the truth of this statement. Ning Lu reviewed their relationships based on his memories. Open black lens bracket Fulgrim has a good relationship with Horus, but an even closer relationship with Manus. Sanguinius and Horus are the best of friends, even able to tease each other. After Horus became Warmaster, Sanguinius was his staunch supporter, even standing up for him. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was pondering, Horus's eyes flickered. He had indeed accelerated the pace of the Great Crusade because of Ning Lu. When the Order Shadow's campaign against the Midas first began, the Shadow Moon Wolves slowed down, and he began to use diplomatic means to reclaim human worlds with a more glorious image. When he realized that the many planets in the colonized abyss would become Ning Lu's new metals, he immediately accelerated his pace. This is why Father entrusted the legions to us, to bring more worlds into the Imperium. In this Great Crusade, no one wants to fall behind, and neither do I. Horus said with a smile, steering the discussion about himself, which might have been seen as jealousy, towards encouraging his brothers. You should also speed up your conquests, Father awaits your good news. Ning Lu, if your witchcraft-wielding brats can't handle it, Russ snarled, my wolves would be happy to help you. Before Ning Lu could speak, the angry Cyclops Magnus maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. In savage times, people barbarically burned those they called witches with fire. This is a barbaric past, and it reveals that our race did not hesitate to slaughter each other, and fear-driven words led to the deaths of thousands, merely to appease the ignorant who could not accept new ideas. I think, in the War Council, among those leading the Imperium forward, there should be no ignorant people. Sanguinius applauded Magnus's words, smiling as he spoke. The use of psychic powers will benefit us. Being able to use psychic powers and attack like other Astartes gives us more battlefield options. Ning Lu smiled, looking around at everyone. Open black lens bracket in the current War Council, I am not the only one who supports the use of psychic powers. Close black lens bracket. Just then, a rock-like voice sounded. The use of psychic powers is very dangerous, although Father agrees, it should be used cautiously. Ning Lu looked in the direction of the voice, the speaker was Dorn. Open black lens bracket him, Dorn opposes the use of psychic powers, but he is not a staunch opponent. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew Dorn was always outspoken, but he didn't pay it much mind. Mikado cleared his throat, ending the debate. Indeed, caution is necessary, and this is also the Emperor's will. Everyone then began to chat. Manus and Fulgrim discussed forging techniques, with Vulcan occasionally interjecting. Hannibal spoke. Ning Lu, I made a brief stop when I passed through Incaldian. Your sons have already helped the casting world restore order and resume operations. Ning Lu's eyes deepened. Hannibal's expedition fleet was heading deep into the Limit Star territory. Two terms suddenly flashed through his mind, Attila and the Yemen Jia Xingkong Jushi Bei. To confirm his conjecture, he asked, Hannibal, is your fleet's destination the eastern side of the galaxy? Yes, Hannibal smiled elegantly, I heard that aliens are harassing many human worlds. Ning Lu pondered silently, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. I remember that regarding the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei, Imperial records state that a lost Primarch led an expedition fleet and discovered it in the early, Great Crusade. The original 11th Primarch had not yet returned at this time, so it must have been discovered by Hannibal. Close black lens bracket. Attila was not of much value to Ning Lu, although the Attila barbarian cavalry were elite in the future Astra Militarum. They didn't particularly fit the characteristics of any battle group. But the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei was different, it was a Necron artifact. Open black lens bracket. I remember Hannibal discovered something extraordinary. What could it be? If there truly is a major discovery, then it's really worth performing a divination. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was pondering, the psychic projections of Huang Laohan and Constantine Valder appeared in the Golden Palace. Chapter 360, Huang Laohan's Reward, an opportunity to connect territories. Terra, Golden Palace. After the Emperor took his seat, he looked around at everyone, his gaze finally settling on Ning Lu, and he asked. Ning Lu, how are the battles with the Midas progressing? My lord, Ning Lu replied, the battles are largely over. Ning Lu briefly reported to Huang Laohan on the course of the war with the Midas. After listening to his briefing, Huang Laohan said with satisfaction, Ning Lu, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, but you've done even better than I expected. 63 human worlds have returned to the Imperium, 1 casting world and 1 night world have re-established contact with the Imperium. Over 50 habitable worlds await development. His face was brimming with a smile. Good, very good. To reward you, I have decided to entrust the Carium Gate to you. Once you can complete the restoration of the human relics left from the Dark Age of technology, your fleet will be able to travel through the warp faster, and the pace of the Great Crusade will also quicken. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu's eyes sparkled. He knew the Carium Gate was a technological marvel, composed of a series of interconnected space stations. These space stations were linked by massive cable bundles, thousands of meters long, forming a warp gate containing immense energy. It was abandoned and destroyed during the Age of Strife, rediscovered by rogue traitors in the early Great Crusade, and then occupied by the Dark Angels. Once awakened, the gate could allow an entire fleet of warships to pass through the warp, shortening a journey that would normally take several Terra Standard years to just a few weeks. Open black lens bracket. I remember that after Lionel Johnson reactivated the gate, the Carium Gate began to be rebuilt, becoming one of the Imperium's hubs in the Obscurus sector. But after the heresy began, Perturabo raided this strategically critical node, reducing the Carium Gate to ruins. Later, the White Scars, in order to return to Terra, launched an attack on the Carium Gate, fighting a major battle with the Emperor's children, after which the severely damaged Star Gate could no longer be repaired. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that repairing the Carium Gate would require vast resources, and the Imperium had spent over a century only repairing a portion of it. Moreover, the location of the Carium Gate would inevitably become a strategically crucial point of contention during the heresy, but he truly could not refuse such a temptation. For him, the Carium Gate held immense strategic value. In Ning Lu's mind, the locations of numerous scattered territories and allies in the Obscurus sector appeared. The immediate effect of activating the Carium Gate would be that by deploying a fleet there, it could quickly reach any known world. Some navigation within the Obscurus sector would be more convenient via the Carium Gate. Before the Abyss Port portal was built, workers from Vostronia, Tricon, and Sepramundi would take a long time to arrive. Once activated, they would only need to reach the Carium Gate first, and then they could quickly reach Hurricane Star. Fleets in the Obscurus sector traveling to other sectors via the Carium Gate could also significantly reduce travel time. The Carium Gate is more flexible than a portal. Although portals can connect key territorial areas and offer slightly faster travel than warp travel. However, compared to warp travel, portals must be set up in pairs for fixed-point travel, making them less flexible. The Carium Gate not only greatly shortens warp travel time but also allows access to almost all worlds through the Star Gate. Open black lens bracket. As long as paired portals are built between each key node system and the Carium Gate, combining the two can connect territories scattered across the galaxy. Close black lens bracket. Building portals requires immense resources, and Ning Lu cannot build them in every star system. Furthermore, except for the existing portals of the Round Spider Alliance, the other side of all bidirectional portals is located in Vostronia. Even if the portal network is built, without the Carium Gate, the Thalassa fleet would have to go to Vostronia first to reach Moab, then to Abyss Port, and finally follow the regular warp route to Moab. Once the portal is placed at the Carium Gate, it can be used to reach Moab much faster via the Star Gate. This will also be important in the future Second Randan War, as the Carium Gate will allow for a swift response to Randan's attacks. The efficiency of new recruit replenishment and resupply will also be higher, which is crucial in a long war. Any star system with a built portal, upon reaching the Carium Gate, can then directly proceed to any known region of the galaxy, without needing to transit through Vostronia and then undertake regular warp travel. Open black lens bracket. Any other force controlling the Carium Gate would not benefit as much as I would. Close black lens bracket. Other Primarchs, fleets must reach the Carium Gate, and use it again in the same manner for subsequent journeys. However, Ning Lu, by integrating it with his portal system, can have his fleet return to the nearest portal after traveling through the Carium Gate. Open black lens bracket. The more numerous and scattered my territories are, even across the entire galaxy, the greater the utility of the Carium Gate when combined with the portal system. After deployment via the Carium Gate, they can return via a portal and then be rapidly deployed again. Considering the resources consumed in defensive requirements for setting up portals, they should still be selectively deployed at key nodes. Close black lens bracket. Traveling through the warp via the Carium Gate can, in many situations, complete warp travel faster, which holds significant strategic importance for Ning Lu, especially with his dispersed territories spanning multiple sectors. Open black lens bracket. Although it requires investing vast resources to repair the Carium Gate, build portals, and establish a defense system centered on the Ramirez-class star fort, it is still worth it. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu sincerely thanked Huang Laohan. "Thank you, my lord. I will invest resources and repair the Carium Gate as soon as possible." The emperor smiled and nodded. Entrusting the Carium Gate to Ning Lu would both reduce the Imperium's resource expenditure and give him peace of mind. With his Pegasus there, he believed no one could destroy the Star Gate. After the War Council concluded, Ning Lu's consciousness returned to the Wenquan shadow. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Open black lens bracket. Although the Carium Gate was activated by Lion, it's not necessarily only Primarchs who can do it, and I also need to go to Attila. I'll send someone to receive it first. If it can be activated, great. If not, I'll deal with it when I return. Which battle group should be stationed at the Carium Star Gate? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's mind quickly reviewed the situations of the 12 battle groups. Open black lens bracket. The Star Gate is essentially a warp gate. It's most suitable to entrust it to the demon-affiliated, teleportation adept Saint Diago Borgkamp. Close black lens bracket. After making his decision, Ning Lu immediately went to the 4th level of the Nation of Disorder. His spirituality spread towards the glowing blue orb. He saw Saint Diago standing before a long metal table, on which lay the Midas, strange, smoking longswords. With a thought, Ning Lu conjured the message he wanted to convey in his mind and, through a subtle connection, transmitted it into the orb. In Saint Diago's mind, countless light years away, a black mist suddenly rose. A black figure stood upon a throne, and a majestic voice echoed in his mind from thin air. "I will order the 5th battle group to proceed to the Carium Gate. Upon your arrival, take control and find a way to activate it." "As you command, my lord," Saint Diago said softly, clasping his hands together. Ning Lu then proceeded to the 3rd level. He had decided to use the divination dice to divine the Attila system and uncover the secrets within the Yemen Jia Xingkong Jushi Bei. Open black lens bracket. If Hannibal could make a discovery, then I, with my more capable tech sergeants and alliances with several casting worlds, cannot possibly come up empty-handed. Remarkable, discoveries clearly wouldn't refer to eating Xenos or anything like that. Moreover, the known information I have about the Yemen Jia Xing Kong Ju Shi Bei confirms it is a Necron artifact. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 361, Receiving Carium Gate, unexpectedly smooth. Ning Lu held the divination dice, and the information about the Attila system he knew quickly flashed through his mind. Thousands of years ago, humanity colonized Attila and adopted a nomadic way of life. Attila is slightly smaller than Terra. The entire world has only one continent, occupying half of the surface area, with oceans surrounding the continent, occupying the other half. Attila has only one city, the prosperous metropolis of Kanasong. After the information about Attila swiftly flashed through Ning Lu's mind, he silently recited in his heart. Open black lens bracket the star map from the Veridia system to the Attila system. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu decided to control the Attila system before he arrived. Choosing the 7th battle group, besides being the closest and having the shortest voyage, Pyromaniac, among the cultivated sequence 7s, could also provide him with significant assistance in exploring the Yemen Jia Xing Kong Ju Shi Bei. The Hunter understands traps very well, and Pyromaniac's flames also inflict decent damage on the undead. After silently reciting 11 times, Ning Lu threw the divination dice in his hand. The triangular pyramid tumbled several times in the air before landing in his open palm, and at that moment, a holographic projection-like scene unfolded before his eyes. After memorizing the star map, Ning Lu input it into the data crystal. With a thought, he entered the 4th spatial layer, his spirituality spreading out, simultaneously touching the red and gold light spheres. Ning Lu saw Sanchez holding a data pad, handling official business, while Gabriel's mechanical prosthetics on his back moved as he researched a Randan creation on the experimental bench. After confirming that no one was around either of them, he pulled the two, along with their brain cats, who were in Veridia and on the Ramirez, into the Nation of Disorder. Sanchez and Gabriel were pulled into the Black Mist country. After a moment of stunned silence, they reacted and saluted the Black Emperor. Ning Lu nodded slightly, then asked, "My Reaper Lord, how is Veridia doing under your governance?" Sanchez was silent for several seconds. Although he had not yet received mental enhancements, the Astartes' inherent superhuman brain, aided by his brain cat, allowed him to quickly recall relevant information. He pondered for a moment, then finished organizing his thoughts. My lord, Remain, as a mining world, has developed the fastest. With the support of Incaladian, 7 large mining bases have been established, capable of meeting the development needs of other worlds in Veridia. Alamashtar has developed relatively quickly. As an asteroid, its mineral extraction is less difficult, and a large casting world has been established, capable of meeting 1/17 of the battle group's ordnance needs. The development of Veridia's might and Lavisol has also entered the right track, developing as industrial worlds without encountering too many obstacles. After reporting on the smoothly progressing developments, Sanchez continued to report on the 2 other worlds that had encountered some difficulties. The immigration work for Koz and Isha has begun, but it still requires time. Thanks to the outcome of your communication with Mikado, approximately 12,000 people and 5,000 retired soldiers have immigrated over the past 2 years. In less than 3 years, Ning Lu was satisfied with Sanchez's achievements in developing Veridia to its current extent. Although this was due to the support of the casting world, Sanchez's efforts were also indispensable. I am pleased with your progress. Continue to implement the current policy. Ning Lu considered that Koz might, as in his memory, attract the soldier Orl Payson to settle there, so he did not accelerate development by migrating from Necromunda. With a thought, his telekinesis sent the data crystal to Sanchez. Leave 1 company to guard Veridia and oversee local development. You will lead the fleet, following the star map in the data crystal, to Attila and control that star system. Ning Lu emphasized, reminding him. You must remember that after arriving in the Attila system, only control the planet Attila, do not explore other planets. In his memory, the Yemen Jia Xing Kong Ju Shi Bei was not activated until after the Great Rift unfolded, when a warp storm named Cybelix approached it. Subsequently, the Yemen Jia Xing Kong Ju Shi Bei physically replicated the arriving Saitek dynasty fleet, and along with the Khorne demon armies, the Cybelix War erupted, with Necrons and Khorne engaging in war across 1400 worlds. For a considerable period, the Necron artifact would not activate, but this did not mean there was no danger in entering it now. After sending Sanchez back to Veridia, Ning Lu looked at Gabriel. My Master of Ordnance, what is the progress of your research on Randan creations? My lord, the librarian and I have made some progress in the research of personal energy shields, Gabriel replied. Currently, it can be confirmed that it uses a special psychic manufacturing technology, requiring the combined effort of a tech sergeant and a librarian, making mass production impossible. This also aligns with the situation where not all Randan Xenos are equipped with personal energy shields, only elite warriors possess them. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, then issued an order. First, manufacture them for the royal court monks, from highest to lowest rank. How are the other aspects of the research progressing? Gabriel replied, My lord, the neural collar has been validated and can restrain Randan Xenos. Research on the Shadow Blaster is still ongoing and has not yet achieved a breakthrough. As far as I know, the joint research on artificial war satellites by Great Sage Ryan Ramirez and the Casting World Lucius is still ongoing and has not yet achieved a breakthrough. Ning Lu nodded slightly and said to Gabriel, Hand over your current research to others and set off for Attila. Gabriel had previously researched the Golden Garuda, a creation related to the space Necrons discovered on Medusa, and already possessed some relevant knowledge and experience. He was also one of only two, Perfector, Path Sequence 7 feet appraisers. With Rozicki Czech engaged in research with Vulcan and unable to leave, Gabriel was the most suitable. After sending Gabriel back to the Ramirez, Ning Lu returned to the real world. On the way to summon Arsena Dun, the Gene Seed Primarch, relying on his superhuman memory, input the star map into the data crystal. After the original body servant arrived as ordered, Ning Lu handed him the star map. Order the navigator leader to plan a route to the Attila system. Order the 5th Battle Group to garrison Carium Gate, with St. Diago Borgkamp in charge of the research. Yes, my lord, Arsena replied after receiving the order, then reported to Ning Lu. The librarian and tech sergeant of the Vigilance Star system have sent a report. They believe that further research on the Eldar worldship will not yield more progress. How should it be handled? Please give your instructions. Although it was only a fragment of a worldship, that cruiser-sized fragment still retained a small ecosystem. The ideal solution would be to transform it into a vessel and hand it over to Malina Scala. As for extraordinary individuals on the Mother Path, the variety and quantity of plants are equivalent to combat power. However, currently, there is no capability to modify the Eldar worldship fragment, which has a spirit bone at its core, so this new idea can only be realized later. Drag the worldship fragment to Katachan and hand it over to Malina to try and transform it into an asteroid. While the Wangquan Shadow was en route to Attila, the 5th Battle Group fleet, which had changed course, arrived at Carium Gate in the 2nd standard month of 844. Carlos Stormbird flew towards the space station, guided by the navigation beacon of the Dark Angels stationed there, while St. Diago Borgkamp ordered the shield to be opened, looking at the series of necklace-like space stations connected by giant cables. St. Diago's eyes were deep as he gazed at the central area surrounded by the necklace. As a demon-type psyker, he could vaguely sense the hidden power pulsating within it. The series of space stations were like deathly silence, only the one the Stormbird was flying towards was lit up. Carlo's Stormbird slowly landed, and he disembarked. Carlo had had several encounters with the First Legion. The most memorable one was when a First Legion warrior, following the Emperor's command, spoke with an unusually arrogant tone while lecturing the 11th Legion on a battle tactic that had been experimentally successful in combat. He looked at the Astartes standing ready across from him and silently thought, open black lens bracket, this trip won't be too smooth, close black lens bracket. A moment later, a tall warrior walked up to him and said, First Legion, 8th Battle Group, prick. Welcome. Carlo, Battle Group Commander of the 5th Battle Group of the Order Shadows, hereby order of the War Council and the Gene Seed Primarch to receive Carium Gate. I have received notification from the War Council. It belongs to you now. After Prick finished speaking, he immediately led his team away. Carlo froze for a moment, then stiffly turned his body, watching their retreating figures, and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. The reception process was unexpectedly smooth, close black lens bracket. Tens of seconds later, he suddenly realized. Open black lens bracket. It's because Father gave the First Legion a chance to earn honor in the war against the Midas, close black lens bracket. Chapter 362, Yemenjia Shinkong Jushi Bei. 844th year, 4th month, limit star territory, Attila star system. After the Wangquan shadow emerged from the warp, it headed directly towards the Yemenjia Shinkong Jushi Bei, which was as massive as a moon. Open the protective shield. As Ning Lu gave the order, motors hummed, and the blinds on both sides of the windows rose. Under the silent command of the servitor, the machine spirit influenced the glass, causing it to darken. The Gene Seed Primarch's gaze pierced through the window, across the void, and toward the ancient megalith. There were no warp storms in the neighboring star systems, so the Yemenjia Shinkong Jushi Bei was not affected or activated. It stood quietly in the void like other celestial bodies. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman vision could also discern the spiderweb-like runes covering its surface. He recognized a small portion of them as the same runes that bound the Burning One's fragments on Medusa. Many more runes he had never seen before. 2 standard hours later, Ning Lu, Arsena Dunn, Gabriel, Thomas, and Miguel Cuesta boarded a Stormbird and flew towards the base of the megalith. On the stone step platform, he saw Sanchez, who had arrived upon hearing the news. Ning Lu led the group forward. The megalith's doorway was about 100 meters high, with a smooth, flat surface, seemingly carved from a single piece of agate. Intricate circles and lines were etched upon it, collectively forming a bizarre composition. The student of ratiocination Arsena looked at the composition and said, "It seems to be an emblem." "That's right," Ning Lu affirmed his judgment. At the center of the emblem were interconnected circles, with crescent-shaped arcs on the outside that converged inward. They were joined together, and from their centers, a horizontal straight line protruded outwards. "It's time to tell you about the existence of an ancient race." Ning Lu then used telepathy to send knowledge about the space Necrons and the Sotek dynasty to everyone. The emblem on the gate was precisely the symbol of the Sotek dynasty. Arsena and the others quickly absorbed the information flooding into their minds. The ancient race, the space Necrons, possessed incomprehensibly advanced technology. The mighty Sotek dynasty. Gabriel, who possessed a superhuman brain and had undergone 3 psychic enhancements, was the first to finish receiving the information stream. He exclaimed with emotion, "The Necrons and the Tech Priests are somewhat similar, yet distinct." The high-ranking Necrons were deceived by the star god deceivers. To prolong their lives, they forced their entire race to transform into machines. Tech priests view machines as the sacred form of the god of all machines, believing that flesh is weak and mechanization brings them closer to the omniscia. The dual-disciplined psyker Arsena, who had undergone 2 significant psychic enhancements, simultaneously received and fully understood the information. He gazed at the Sotek dynasty's emblem. The Sotek dynasty was already one of the most powerful dynasties during the Necron era. As a powerful space Necrons dynasty, it possessed over 80 tomb worlds. The Yemenjia Shinkong Jushi Bei is located at the edge of the Sotek dynasty's territory and is a divine artifact of that dynasty. Thomas, a psyker of the psychic discipline who had received 3 minor psychic enhancements, was the third to finish receiving the information. He spoke. "The space Necrons possess anti-psyker technology. I can feel that my consciousness cannot penetrate the gate." Ning Lu also had a similar feeling. Although the anti-psyker field was not active, the Yemenjia Xingkong Jushi Bei incorporated some Blackstone technology, and his psychic abilities were suppressed to a certain extent. The difference was that, as a Gene Seed Primarch, his psychic abilities were not completely suppressed, and his consciousness could barely penetrate the layers of obstruction from the gate. Miguel, a psyker of the technological discipline who had received one psychic enhancement, finished receiving the information in his mind slightly faster than Sanchez. He looked at the colossal stone creation before him with astonishment. The greatest function of the Yemenjia Xingkong Jushi Bei is to perform complete physical replication. It can actually fully replicate Space Necron's warships. What I mean is, Father specifically emphasized that it's a true replication. The thousands of replicated warships, each one, exist in the real world just like the original and can engage in combat. This is simply a technological miracle. I completely cannot understand how the tomb technicians of the Sotek dynasty achieved this. They utilized the power of the star god, Ning Lu stated with certainty. Even the Space Necrons could not achieve complete physical replication purely through technology. Replicating thousands of warships would require an astronomical amount of technology and power. The Space Necrons' hypercube labyrinths combined star gods, using the energy of the tentacles surrounding the star god shard to generate energy fields. The Sotek are among the best at this. Their designed legendary divine artifact, the Energy Manacle, combined supreme star gods. Among the many Space Necrons dynasties, the Sotek dynasty ranked high in both military strength and technology. Amotek the Stormlord, who would awaken in the future, dared to challenge Shurek the Silent King after unifying the Sotek dynasty. Each fragment of a supreme star god is an aggregate of dozens or even hundreds of fragments. Their power far surpasses those individual fragments. Fortunately, the supreme star god shard here is bound by the Sotek and cannot escape. Ning Lu remembered that the Yemenjia Xingkong Jushi Bei was only activated 10,000 years later when the Great Rift opened. He also knew that Hannibal was able to retreat unscathed and had quite a harvest, otherwise he wouldn't have risked exploring here. Sanchez gripped the sword forged from a Fenrisian kraken, a reward he won in a duel with a wild wolf, and surveyed the structure before him with a hunter's gaze. I'm more interested in the Space Necrons warriors, especially those scorpion-shaped constructs. Ning Lu shook his head slightly and said with a smile. This is not a tomb, there won't be a large number of Space Necrons. You can only hunt some guardians. The greater danger will be the pervasive traps and the Guardian's defense system. You are now aware of the objective of this journey. It's time to begin the exploration. After Ning Lu finished speaking, he led the 5 individuals and the honor guard members forward. Upon reaching the Grand Gate, everyone began to examine the sealed entrance. A moment later, Sanchez spoke first. He had inspected the gate in a hunter's manner. The traces of the entrance have been washed away by tens of millions of years of time, leaving no remnants. I also cannot find the key point of the gate, making it impossible to cause minor damage to open it. Violent destruction is not an option, Gabriel continued, although I still cannot comprehend the technology used to build the gate. But as my lord said, it contains immense energy, and violent destruction could lead to catastrophic consequences. Arsena used his psychic senses to probe the runes on the gate, attempting to deduce and find the pattern of the runes. My understanding of Space Necron's runes is still shallow. I cannot deduce the pattern to open the gate. I probed the gate and grasped some of its technology, but there's a force within it that repels my psychic energy. Miguel silently calculated for a few seconds before continuing. To open the gate, it's estimated to take at least 10 years. My eye of secrets can see some things, but my spiritual energy is consumed extremely quickly, and the time required. Thomas pondered for a moment before continuing. It will also take roughly 10 years. It won't take that long, Ning Lu said. In the Baron of Corruption's eyes, the gate was disassembled into geometric shapes, rectangles, circles. He could also see lines of rules, red, black. The Baron of Corruption noticed that all the shapes, all the different colored threads, converged at a single point. That convergence point was at the center of the circle below the Sotek emblem, which was a mandala-like rune. Ning Lu knew that the Sotek dynasty's capital was on Mandragora, and that rune should be the control rune for the entire gate. He spread his golden wings and instantly flew to the rune, raising his right hand and placing it on top. The ground beneath everyone trembled, and the 100-meter-high gate slowly opened. Chapter 363, Necron Wraiths. Ning Lu led the group into the Yemenjia Xingkongju Shi Bei. The team ascended the long and steep staircase, moving upwards. They quickly covered dozens of meters, with only a dozen steps remaining before reaching the end. Before stepping onto the red agate bridge, Ning Lu stopped, and the others followed suit. Gabriel looked over the Black Emperor's massive shoulder towards the archway. He saw stationary artillery pieces begin to rotate, aiming in their direction. We need to input the correct control protocol into the pillars at the entrance, otherwise the defensive weapons system will fire on us. He recalled the memories the Black Emperor had sent him and identified the artillery. They are Gauss cannons. If we force our way through the artillery zone at the archway, the casualties will likely be significant. Gabriel said, frowning. Miguel Cuesta, the tech adept psyker, scanned the Gauss defense array, observing the charging devices and analyzing the connections and operational modes of the kinetic transmission system. After a moment, he spoke. I can use the mind-forged staff to destroy its power nodes. Without the mind-forged staff, he wouldn't have been confident in destroying the power nodes while his psychic abilities were suppressed. But with the mind-forged staff in hand, his abilities were greatly enhanced. It's in your hands, Miguel. Ning Lu gestured for Miguel to come up and stand beside him. Miguel ascended the steps. He took a deep breath, raising his staff and aiming its heart-shaped head at the crystal glowing with green light. Miguel injected psychic energy into the staff, and an invisible stream of energy shot out like a thread. Accompanied by a dull thud and a sharp tearing sound, the energy crystal of the power node crackled and burst. Tiny alloy fragments, like a swarm of mosquitoes flickering with electricity, scattered across the ground. Dozens of Gauss cannons drooped powerlessly. Well done, Ning Lu praised. Miguel's face glowed with pride at his father's praise. The team moved forward again, reaching the bottom of the stairs, their boots submerged in a damp, green mist. At this moment, a chaotic and piercing noise suddenly erupted in everyone's ears. It was the clattering of war machine claws, mixed with the roar of gravity engines. Leave it to me. Sanchez stepped forward. An emerald-green beam of light shot out from the darkness, clearly outlining the shadow of a spider-like creature. It was as large as a crane and made of metal. The moment he saw it, Sanchez matched it to the Necron Wraith in the data provided by the Black Emperor. He knew that Necron Wraiths were responsible for overseeing maintenance and repairs, and also served as first-level security protocol robots, acting as the eyes and ears of the central operating system, detecting intruders and dealing with them swiftly. The Necron Wraith projected a sensory scan grid, its dark green spectrum silently sweeping over his black armor. Pyromaniac charged forward, gripping his longsword forged from a Fenrisian kraken's tusk. Psychic energy enveloped the blade, igniting it with flames. A beam of light shot from the Necron Wraith's lower jaw. A layer of flames ignited on Pyromaniac's body. The flames hissed, engulfing the beam. Sanchez's burning flaming sword struck the multi-legged spider-shaped monster. The flaming blade sliced through the Necron's unique armor, shattering the green glowing sensor arrays and energy coils. After shattering the Necron Wraith with several slashes, the hunter gained some understanding of the Necron Wraith. Although not as familiar as the flesh and blood creatures he had slain in the past, it gave him a direct understanding of ancient machinery. Sanchez, from the hunter's perspective, reminded the Order shadows. Destroy their energy coils, and you can destroy them. The team stepped onto the great bridge carved from red agate, looking out. The bridge spanned the chasm between two high walls. The nearby wall was covered with exposed coil circuits and a web-like pattern of runes, while the other end merged with the dark architecture deep within the ancient tomb. After advancing nearly 100 meters, the screeching scrape and clatter of metal claws sounded, and more tomb guardians arrived. More bizarre spider-like machines crawled forth. These constructs not only served as maintenance robots for the Yemenjia Xingkongju Shi Bei, but if anyone intruded, they would immediately be called upon for defense, transforming into terrifyingly lethal enemies. Unlike the machines the Order Shadows first encountered, the newly arrived mechanical guardians adopted a very cautious stance. The spider-like machine first encountered and destroyed by Sanchez had transmitted the intercepted scan data, including the attacks it suffered in its final moments before death, to them. After calculation and assessment, the threat level of the intruders was deemed very high, and the Necron Wraiths were all in combat readiness, poised for battle. Their weapon arrays were primed, their pincer-like arms continuously opened and closed, and the particle beam cannons on their backs began to charge. The Honor Guard all raised their bolt guns, firing a dense barrage of bullets at the gleaming metal exoskeletons. The first wave of spider-like machines was destroyed against the walls, falling one after another. Then came the second wave, the third wave, and more Necron Wraiths hiding in the shadows. They crawled out from the darkness, countless eye prisms reflecting an eerie cold light. The team charged forward along the bridge, seeing a large number of mechanical guardians gathered at the end of the bridge. Some of these mechanical guardians suddenly opened up, releasing countless clustered tiny metal constructs. Thousands of beetle-like mini-machines swarmed forth, rushing rapidly. Each metallic mechanical insect followed a simple sub-program, evading each other's flight paths according to a pre-designed algorithm, and deftly avoiding the walls on both sides. The alien alloy beetles were densely packed and uniformly arranged, like a colorful tapestry soaring through the air. Pyromaniac raised his hand, conjuring a wall of fire. Two fiery serpents shot up, forming a blazing wall of fire around him. The Necron beetles crackled and fell, melting like mosquitoes. The Order Shadows fired a dense barrage, destroying the mechanical constructs. Ning Lu stepped forward, ascending the steep staircase. The team climbed step by step, and the mist that had been drifting on the steps condensed into water vapor. The steps rotated as they ascended, and the walls of several giant halls came into view. Countless thousand-meter-tall pillars pierced down from above, and green pulses generated by vibrations undulated and surged within the crystals. Irregular emerald arcs of electricity jumped back and forth between the pillars, crackling. The team traversed an even longer and steeper staircase, reaching the end of the pillars, which was an irregularly shaped pyramid structure. The pyramid structure was tens of kilometers high, and each side was several kilometers long. Oily thick mist rose from the pyramid, and the airborne dust shimmered with a green luminescence. Green pulses generated by vibrations undulated and surged within the surrounding crystals, crackling. Arsena Dunn gazed at the structure ahead, deducing from the information in his mind. The pyramid's construction is clearly the most core structure within the monolith. Its four corners each have a black stone chamber, serving as a base, and should be four important components. Ning Lu nodded slightly, gazing at the dazzlingly shimmering pyramid. That pyramid is the energy core of the Yemenjia Shinkongju Shibei. I believe the Supreme Star God is inside. The team continued forward, heading towards the Black Stone Chamber. Chapter 364, Machine, Assisted Calculation. The team reached the stone chamber door at a corner of the pyramid. The door was about 10 meters high and covered with runes. Similar to the door of the Yemenjia Shinkongju Shibei, this door also bore the Sotek dynasty emblem, but it was much smaller, only 4 meters high. Thomas activated his Eye of Secrets to inspect the runes on it. A moment later, he noticed that the alien runes on it were slowly changing, like black ants crawling. The triangular and circular runes, which were in the upper left corner one moment, moved down and to the right, respectively, the next. The original position in the upper left corner transformed into an oval enclosed within a rectangle. The mystery prior exclaimed in surprise, except for the Sotek dynasty emblem, the other runes are moving. Gabriel walked to the door, his eyes shining. The runes utilize activated metal technology, they move and rearrange themselves according to a certain pattern. I've researched the Golden Garuda, and their alien technology is quite peculiar. He said, puzzled, but this place isn't like the previous door, which was guarded by dozens of Gauss cannons. Is it feasible to force the door open? Arsena Dun's eyes were deep. Probably not. Although this place seems to lack defensive measures. There might be some defensive measures inside the door, especially since this location is so close to the energy source. Miguel Cuesta's gaze was profound. He raised his mind-forged staff and aimed it at the door. A moment later, he frowned. The green mist and black energy field are interfering with my psychic probes. I can't determine what's inside the door, but I do sense some dangerous runes contained within. After listening to everyone, Ning Lu went to the door. In the Baron of Corruption's eyes, the chaotic lines of rules were as disordered as tangled threads, preventing him from pinpointing the control core like he had at the entrance. Even more troublesome, as the activated metal moved on the door, the alien runes reconstructed themselves, and the lines of rules also changed. Before the Baron of Corruption could sort out a clue, a new chaotic situation had already formed. After pondering for a moment, the Gene-Seed Primarch extended his will into the first 3 layers of Magnus's mindscape. Most Thousand Sons used Magnus's mindscape rather crudely. They would only push their mindscape to the highest level they mastered. Even the Temple Primarchs were no exception. In Ning Lu's memory, Caliphus of the Fire Phoenix School, and Hather Mayad of the Bright Feather School, would only maintain an 8th level mindscape during combat, striving to unleash powerful spells. More refined usage had 2 directions. One direction was to switch between various mindscape layers based on the situation faced. Azek Ahriman and Sanikt, the Thousand Sons' first swordsmen, were skilled in this art. The other direction was to simultaneously extend the mindscape to all levels, maximizing the mind's computational capabilities. Ignis, the Thousand Sons' chief void war expert and Lord of Ruin, was most skilled in this. Hailing from the Sky Owl School, he, along with his Cult of Destruction, could, through psychic links, possess computational abilities comparable to a mimic chamber and instantly transmit commands to every part of a warship. The Gene-Seed Primarch now extended his will into the lower levels of the mindscape. He had not yet invested too much time in this area, but he could already simultaneously extend to 3 layers of the mindscape. At the same time, John, the machine, with computational power comparable to a modified Iron Hands through psychic links, also joined the calculation. The Baron of Corruption's processing speed for the lines of rules instantly increased, and the chaotic threads were quickly sorted, outlining a clear path in his mind. A few breaths later, Ning Lu discerned the methods used by the Sotek tomb technicians on the door. Open black lens bracket. The activated metal changes according to the tomb technician's design, leading to rune restructuring. The changes in the runes reconfigure into new control nodes. The control nodes change every second. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu captured the next second's control node, and with a flap of his golden wings, he flew to its location before the runes changed. It was not the center of the lower circle, but a point between the horizontal line of the upper circle's center and the left arc. Ning Lu's right hand slapped it, and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly as the 10-meter-high door slowly opened. At the same time, through the psychic link, he felt as if stars were shattering within John's body. Open black lens bracket. John has become a true machine. Close black lens bracket. Amidst the damp green mist, Miguel followed the alien runes around the door and found them converging at one point in the center of the hall. In the blinding green light, a black crystal hovered in midair. The power contained within the black crystal made him feel alarmed. Miguel said thankfully, "The door is connected to the Space Necron's energy crystal. If we had violently destroyed it just now, the energy balance would have been broken, causing an explosion." After Ning Lu landed, he led everyone into the stone chamber. He saw memory crystals suspended in black devices within the stone chamber. Besides the memory crystals, there was also an energy crystal located deeper inside the stone chamber. Between the 2 energy crystals, there was a net-like matrix. Gabriel stepped forward, walked around the net-like matrix, and finally his gaze fell on the rune in the upper center. The 2 energy crystals power this stone chamber. The tomb technicians control the matrix to execute their commands through the runes. He followed the rune links of the net-like matrix to the sides of the stone chamber, where slanted stairs led downwards. The very end of the command acts upon the area below. I think below should be one of the functional modules of the Yemenjia Xingkongju Shibei. Arsena nodded in agreement, and he said, "There are 4 stone chambers at the 4 corners of the pyramid. They should each control a specific functional module. According to my lord, there should be modules for generating anti-psychic fields and physical replication. To ensure the operation of the Great Steel, in addition to the central power supply area, there should also be a maintenance module, and one whose function cannot be inferred." Ning Lu nodded, acknowledging the student of ratiocination's logical deduction. He did not immediately proceed to the central area but decided to go downwards first. According to Arsena's reasoning, there should be discoveries below, which would be easier to obtain compared to the Supreme Star God. The team descended the steps, green mist drifting all around. The stairs spiraled downwards, and irregular emerald arcs of electricity flickered in the surrounding walls. After descending nearly 100 meters, Ning Lu suddenly shouted, "Engage the enemy." The Order Shadows immediately raised their weapons, ready for battle. Space Necrons constructs appeared out of thin air from the mist, and phantom workers hung on the walls using their long tails with side-like barbs at the end, launching surprise attacks from all angles. When they straightened their bodies to attack, they resembled fast-gliding snakes. Arsena waved his staff, and a series of fiery fireballs shot towards the phantom workers. Compared to the bridge where they previously encountered phantom workers, the psychic suppression here was stronger, and his fireballs were only a quarter of their previous size. The fireball struck the Necron's construct, passing through its body like a dagger piercing a cloud of mist. The newly appeared phantom workers were even more terrifying than before. Their bodies existed between solid form and the space Necron's phase technology. A thought flashed through the student of ratiocination's mind. Open black lens bracket. Those phantom workers, after being eliminated, were newly manufactured and stronger to counter us. Close black lens bracket. As Arsena pondered, he raised his force field shield, and the space Necron's construct's tail lashed violently against the shield like a whip. Invisible ripples spread, and the force field shield wavered. A pair of sharp claws fiercely stabbed at the force field shield, just as the sharp claws were about to grasp Arsena's body. The protective orb hanging at his waist flashed with light, and the phantom worker's claws struck the rising protective shield. Arsena raised his left hand, and his ring weapon shot out a metal spear, deeply embedding itself in the construct's chest. The phantom worker twitched and gradually vanished, and Arsena surveyed the battlefield. Compared to the previous engagement on the bridge, their combat environment, descending through the passage, was more disadvantageous. Phantom workers could emerge from above and from either side, utilizing their swift speed to attack. 4 phantom workers charged towards the honor guard, and the Order Shadows, with their keen senses, detected the enemies in advance and unleashed a volley at close range. 2 space Necrons constructs fell, and the remaining 2 charged into the line. An Order Shadows thrust at it with a bayonet attached to his bolt gun, but the monomolecular blade, which should have pierced the enemy's body, missed and slid into the mist. The phantom worker swung its sharp claws, tearing through the power armor. Just as it was about to tear the black armored enemy apart, its arms suddenly slipped, and its claws pierced through the side of the power armor, not harming the Order Shadow's body. Another Order Shadows drew his power sword, pressed the runic inscription, and the energized blade hummed, slashing at the alien construct. After Ning Lu used force to change the direction of the phantom worker's claws, saving his offspring, he found the Order Shadows engaged in a bitter struggle. The surging phantom workers were much stronger than before, and they fully utilized the terrain advantage to leverage their speed. He flapped his golden wings and flew into the air. Large plumes of golden flames rained down, and the power of the burning one's fragments rapidly melted the living metal. One alien construct after another was incinerated by the flames into a pool of mercury-like liquid, then liquefied and vanished. Keep advancing. Ning Lu gave the order, and the team continued downwards. Their vision gradually widened, and Gabriel's eyes flashed as he looked down. He saw metal being pushed by phantom workers into strange black devices, and green light flashed. A moment later, a new phantom worker emerged. After inspecting the area below, Gabriel spoke. Below is the Necrons, Forge, manufacturing phantom workers, who then perform maintenance on the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei and attack intruders. They are purely automated constructs. What I mean is, they don't require regeneration protocols like true space Necrons. They are merely mass-produced creations. After pondering for a moment, Ning Lu spoke. Return to the control room and study the memory crystals inside. Find a way to stop the manufacturing of phantom workers. The team immediately returned to the stone chamber along the original path. Sanchez led a team to escort more tech sergeants into the control room. The chief forgemaster led the tech sergeants, along with Miguel, to begin researching the memory crystals. The think tank curator led the librarian to assist them in their research and record data. Arsena also joined the research with interest. He was very curious about ancient races. Ning Lu left the brain cat John, taking only the black wolf Freddy, and headed towards the passage leading to the center of the pyramid. The Supreme Star God's fragments were too dangerous for others. Chapter 365, Supreme Star God. Ning Lu and Freddy walked along a passage filled with green mist, heading towards the pyramid. Along the way, Ning Lu thought hopefully. Open black lens bracket. After entering the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei, the power of the Supreme Star God showed no sign of manifestation. It might be forcibly dormant, or its power might have weakened. Perhaps, I can use the Nation of Disorder to control him. Close black lens bracket. The moment the man and the wolf entered the pyramid, the surroundings trembled, and a voice abruptly sounded. The voice neither sounded in their ears nor echoed in their minds. The Baron of Corruption saw the lines of rules surrounding them trembling. That was everything around them, mainly from the pyramid, and some even from his armor and bolt gun. They all vibrated together in a complex and subtle way, harmonizing to form a sound. Ning Lu. I am the Void Dragon Mag Lodroth. I am a star god, belonging to the tides of stars and time. I am the form and manifestation of existence in this universe. I am a god. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed. Open black lens bracket. Is it actually a star god shard of the Void Dragon's Supreme Star God? Close black lens bracket. He knew that after the Nightbringer lost its scythe, the Void Dragon was the most powerful star god. The Void Dragon, torn into only 100 shards, was also the most powerful among the star god shards. The Supreme Star God formed by the Void Dragon would also be more powerful than others. Open black lens bracket. Him, physically replicating thousands of warships, belongs to the mechanical domain, which is the Void Dragon's strongest suit. Sotex Cryptex used the Void Dragon as a basis to create artifacts. The Supreme Star God's power is stronger than I imagined. He is merely confined within the pyramid by the methods of Sotex Cryptex. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the Tesseract Labyrinth used the energy of the Star God to generate energy fields, binding them through the tentacles surrounding the Star God. Sotek's legendary artifact, the Energy Shackle, was more powerful than other Space Necron's technology, capable of restraining the Supreme Star God's power from overflowing outside the pyramid. The Supreme Star God was forcibly made the energy source of the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei. While he was thinking, the voice continued to sound. In this way, controlling the Supreme Star God shard would be too risky. You will free me, and you will be rewarded. Your creator endowed you with power far beyond ordinary people, but the power of the warp is simply no match for control over the physical domain. Ning Lu curled his lip, secretly mocking in his heart. Open black lens bracket. If I didn't know that your largest shard was hung and hammered by Huang Laohan, I would have actually believed it. Close black lens bracket. Sensing Ning Lu's doubt, the voice suddenly rose, the sound of anger, deafening, assailing him like a landslide. I am a true god, the living embodiment of this universe. The warp is but a pale shadow. I am the light. The sound waves battered the Gene Seed Primarch, making him pause his steps due to the pressure, but it caused him no substantial harm. The Baron of Corruption saw the lines of rules trembling, but they did not trigger any drastic changes on the physical level. Open black lens bracket Sotek's energy shackle is indeed powerful, restraining the Void Dragon's shard. Well, at least the Supreme Star God won't break free before the Great Rift unfolds. I can continue forward, observe, and gain an intuitive understanding of the Supreme Star God, which will also be beneficial for me to control it when I gain the ability in the future. Close black lens bracket. You will free me, and I will travel the galaxy and reunite with my various parts. After that, I can give you everything you desire. Ning Lu continued forward. The space before him suddenly opened up, and he looked up at the sky. A star shone in the night sky of the Void Realm, and terrifying heat surged from its luminous core. The power of an extinct star shone, causing the entire pyramid to tremble. The black wolf's claws gripped the ground tightly, its soft fur stood on end, and drops of sweat fell. Freddy said uneasily, "He is very dangerous, he is trying to break free." The next instant, the spiderweb-like runes densely covering the inside of the pyramid lit up, and a terrifying green electric cloud enveloped the entire star, with lightning crackling. The form in the air gradually became clear: head, torso, arms, legs. The crown on his head gradually materialized, and like his body, it was made of silver metal. Shining wings spread from his back, and a metal tail longer than his body swayed behind him. The Baron of Corruption could also see the spiritual radiance shining on his body, and he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket the main ingredient for the Perfector Pathway Potion. A Void Dragon shard should at least be at the sequence 1 foot enlightener level. Close black lens bracket. The Void Dragon made a gesture, and light shone from its right hand, a spear appearing out of thin air. Just as he was about to act, a burst of green light from within the pyramid engulfed him. Moments later, the light receded. The Void Dragon rumbled, and light emanated from its shimmering silver skin. He looked down arrogantly, his face stern, his facial features more exaggerated than ordinary humans, and his head very long. His form was somewhere between an Eldari and a human, and his expression was more ruthless than either species. Ning Lu keenly perceived that the star god's anger was cold, almost devoid of emotion, manifested as intense vibrations of atomic energy, rather than through coarser chemical reactions. I am the master of the material realm, I am the controller of annihilation and destruction. You must free me, and you will get everything you desire. What I want, you cannot give, Ning Lu said calmly, continuing to observe and analyze the Supreme Star God from multiple perspectives, including his own perception. The Void Dragon looked down at Ning Lu, who defied him. He saw golden wings and eyes sparkling. He then saw the sword at Ning Lu's waist, and light shone within his body. Ning Lu simultaneously looked at the Eldari amulet wrapped around the Void Dragon's neck, knowing it was a Vol amulet. The Vol amulet exposed the Void Dragon's fatal weakness, leading to his defeat. The Void Dragon's gaze finally fell on the spear on Ning Lu's back. After 12 seconds of silence, he spoke again. Ning Lu, what do you want? I want you. Ning Lu weighed his options and decided to temporarily give up, planning to deal with the Supreme Star God after his own sequence advanced. Open black lens bracket since the Void Dragon won't break free for the next 10,000 years. And now that I control the Yemen Jia Xing Kongju Shi Bei, there's no need to take risks. Close black lens bracket. What? A thunderous roar sounded, the Void Dragon doubting what he had heard. He thought he had gained an opportunity to break free, but he didn't expect Ning Lu to covet him as well. Ning Lu waited for the sound wave to subside, then said to Freddy beside him. Let's go. The black wolf shook his body, sweat falling to the ground and forming a puddle beneath him. He turned impatiently, having long wanted to leave the place. Freddy had already guessed that Ning Lu intended to use that mysterious space to subdue the Void Dragon. Open black lens bracket. Even if this Supreme Star God is powerful, it's not as good as the mysterious space. Is he not acting now just to prepare? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu led Freddy out of the pyramid, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. Could all information about Hannibal and the Second Legion being erased from official Imperial records be related to this? Well, at least not initially. He clearly didn't release the Void Dragon, and he discovered the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei in the early Great Crusade, while his records were only erased in the late period. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu returned to the control room, then issued an order to everyone: the Supreme Star God inside the pyramid is very dangerous. No one is allowed to enter. Chapter 366, Flamini's Premonition. In the 8th month of 844, Flamini, who had just completed the organ implantation of the blood reconstructor, used his psychic powers to probe his body. Bone implants had been in place for over 2 years, his long bones were evident, and his chest cavity had ossified. His ribs had grown into bone plates, interweaving and overlapping, forming a seamless whole, granting him bones far superior to his peers, matched by the bulging muscles across his body. Flamini clenched his fists and walked towards the training deck. To master the superhuman strength inherited from the Gene Father, one must engage in persistent training. The image of the Gene Father appeared in Flamini's mind. In Monachia, he had witnessed his father's heroic zetai as he crushed enemies. Flamini stopped in front of the weapon rack and picked up a single-bladed axe. Although he foretold that he would use a staff-like weapon in the future, he should still have a basic grasp of other weapons. Flamini swung the axe, and sharp whooshing sounds of cutting air rang out. He then spun the axe in his hand, the light reflecting off the axe blade, gleaming. Flamini held the axe horizontally across his chest, his left hand lightly caressing the axe body, as several discontinuous images flashed rapidly through his mind. He knew this weapon was forged from refined steel, its significantly curved edge crafted by the hands of Vostronia's artisans. After familiarizing himself with the weapon, Flamini walked towards the training cage. He pressed the activation button, and the metal door opened. Flamini stepped into the training cage, raising his one-handed battle axe and assuming a standard combat stance to face the enemy. The stationary target dummy immediately came to life, its sharp blade spinning rapidly as it swung down at him. Flamini blocked out the flashing illusions in his mind, relying on pure physical sensation to track the trajectory of the target dummy's weapon, parrying with his axe blade. Loud clanging sounds of metal colliding echoed through the training cage. 5 minutes later, Flamini, having completed his one-handed axe defense practice, used the axe handle to parry a sharp blade, and before another blade could strike, he suddenly stepped forward, the blade striking the training dummy. 2 hours later, Flamini, having finished all his training, returned to his cabin. The cramped cabin contained a large bed that was disproportionate to his body. Flamini picked up the datapad to review the operational brief. Target planet: Obscurus Sector, Colonnade New Zone, Juya. Mitu launched an attack on Juya, resulting in the deaths of 174 miners. Within the last 2 solar months, the Mitu have initiated a total of 29 large and small assault operations. Flamini had been with the battle group for some time and knew that other battle groups had successively left the area, renamed from Colonnade Abyss to Colonnade New Zone. The 6th battle group was ordered to remain here. He had also keenly gathered information that the development of Juya was initiated at the behest of Battle Group Commander Pasquale. Before the Gene Father departed, he designated Hurricane Star and Abyss Port as key development areas, their construction being the focal point of development in the Colonnade New Zone. Juya is a city whose development was decided by the Battle Group Commander. Besides the rich mineral resources of that planet, there might be other factors. Flamini had not yet met the Battle Group Commander and knew little about Pasquale. He put himself in the Battle Group Commander's position to think. The Colonnade New Zone is vast, and the Battle Group Commander, being tasked with it, must feel pressure. The best way to prove oneself is to create a world of one's own. Juya is the best opportunity. After making some conjectures, Flamini redirected his attention back to the datapad. Primary mission: your task in this battle is to familiarize yourself with the battlefield environment under the guidance of your instructor. Secondary mission: due to the death of the 13th Company's scribes, you are temporarily required to assume his duties. Flamini put down the datapad, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He yearned to wield his blade against the Mitu, to avenge the followers and billions of humans who died at the hands of the Xenos. But he also knew that, with his Gai Zhao surgery incomplete, he would only go to Jiao to experience the battlefield atmosphere, unable to even witness the combat. After 15 ship standard days, the fleet arrived at Jiao. Upon arriving at Jiao, Flamini, like others undergoing transformation, did not get the opportunity to go to the surface. On the 5th day, in the battleship's mess hall, the future order shadows queued up to the food-serving attendants, filling their large bowls with amino gruel. Because they had not yet received pre-gastric implants, the amino gruel was diluted, with significantly lower calories and nutrients compared to that of the instructors. Compared to the food machines of many legions, the daily meals of the Order Shadows had subtle differences. Flamini believed this was intentional on the part of the Gene Father, allowing the Order Shadows to remain connected to ordinary people and understand them better. He scrutinized the company's servants, noting a clear sense of pride in the cook. The cook smiled and called out, "Gentlemen, today we have mango salad as part of the meal. The rogue traitor Louis von Valentius's transport ship has brought fresh fruit for the king's offspring." Flamini noticed the respect the cook and other servants showed towards him and his peers. While he was observing the battle group's servants, a transformed individual from Monachia, familiar with Flamini, asked him, "Flamini, any new updates? When can we go to the surface?" Compared to others, Flamini was well informed. He undertook some of the scribes' duties, thus daily revising the reports submitted by the company's Order Shadows. Others dared not question the strict instructors, naturally making him their target for inquiries. Everyone around them focused their attention on Flamini, hoping to get information from him. "I think it will still be some time. It should be after the surface conditions stabilize and are evaluated before we are allowed to disembark." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit disappointed, and the person who had asked him pressed on, unwilling to give up. "How much longer? Give me an approximate time." Flamini was about to refuse when a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. He walked onto the flight deck, with a timer above his head. "In 15 days. That's great." Flamini's words ignited a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. They only quieted down when they noticed the instructor's sharp gaze directed at them. Flamini felt that the instructor's gaze contained a probing meaning. The instructor doesn't know this information yet. A moment later, Flamini spooned the juice, along with the pulp, into his mouth. The ripe mango pulp was as soft and juicy as honey, melting in the mouth, paired with the distinctly granular crushed nuts, creating a multi-layered taste feast. Flamini couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Having lived in the sewers, he had survived on fungus rats. Only after becoming a candidate for the Order Shadows did he occasionally get to eat vegetables, fruits, and other foods. 15 days later, with the landing gear deployed, Flamini disembarked from the landing craft and followed the instructor towards the mining area. He knew from the company's tactical brief that this mining area was a newly opened one on Jiao, and compared to areas where attacks would yield greater results, the possibility of an attack here was lower. Moreover, this location was behind the front lines and was clearly assessed by the company as low risk, thus only 5 instructor veterans and they were assigned to guard it. While Flamini was pondering, a rumbling sound arose, and over a dozen metal machines drilled out from underground. Giant drills broke through the surface, and countless elliptical spheres engulfed in flames churned the rocks. A Terran instructor surveyed them and began to explain. "Those are termite drills, generally used for excavating tunnels. Phase shield generators allow them to drill underground, and thermal melt cutters will pulverize the rock." He paused, then continued. "They can also be used to launch surprise attacks on enemy rear positions, appearing directly behind the enemy. During the Imperium's unification wars, the Fire Lizards. Back then they were still called the 18th Legion. They used termite drills to launch a surprise attack on the governor's mansion in the Caucasus wasteland during the Storm Corridor campaign." At this point, he said with a serious expression, "They encountered a large number of sentinel robots in the underground corridors. Although they completed the mission, only 1,000 out of 20,000 survived. While this isn't a failure, it reminds us that we must consider all tactics more comprehensively when using them. Upon hearing the instructor's words, everyone fell into contemplation. Flamini suddenly had an image flash through his mind, and he then spoke. Instructor, the Midu launched a sneak attack along the open tunnel. Chapter 367 Ant burrowing machine drills into the ground. Are you sure? The Terran instructor asked sternly. I am, Flamini said calmly, facing the gazes of the 5 instructors. I believe him, said the Vostronia instructor who had been observing him in the mess hall. He predicted 15 days ago that we would set foot on Zuya today. Moreover, the Gene Father values his potential greatly. If not for his persistence, he would have been trained as a librarian. He possesses such precognitive abilities. He asked Flamini with a smile, how many Midas are there? I don't know. I haven't seen all of them, but from what I have seen, there are over 10,000. We cannot deal with so many enemies. We should call for support immediately. The instructor's smile vanished as he said gravely. Instructor, they are underground. We can use bombs to collapse the tunnels and bury them all underground. A cold glint flashed in Flamini's eyes. Although this wasn't personally avenging himself on the detestable Midu, he would still feel elated if his suggestion led to the burial of these Midu. A good idea, the Vostronia instructor's eyes lit up. Although the tunnels have been excavated, they haven't been reinforced yet. Only a portion of explosives will be needed to collapse it. He looked at the other instructors. Yes, it is indeed feasible. The others all agreed. The Vostronia instructor shouted loudly. Your first lesson on Zuya has begun, and this is also your first demolition lesson. You must strictly follow our orders. Trust me, this concerns your life and the lives of others. Under the instructor's guidance, Flamini and the others retrieved melta-bombs and various other explosives from the transport ship and deployed them in the tunnels where he had foreseen the Midu attack. Having no opportunity to participate in combat, they were highly motivated. They all came from planets ruled by the Midu. Not yet fully modified, each of them still retained relatively complete memories. Everyone had relatives and friends who had died under the Midu's blades. The mining workers were ordered to leave, and the instructors led everyone to ambush behind the rocks. Flamini held a staff, his mind transcending his body, attempting to capture information about the Midu in the warp. Time passed by the minute, and his brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Flamini failed to foresee more information, and he knew this was normal. For precognitive psychers like them, actively seeking information might not yield the desired results, yet sometimes visions of the future would appear when not actively sought. However, he absolutely did not wish for it to be at this moment. Their team's strength was too weak. Even though the instructors were veterans qualified to become company guards, they were not yet true order shadows. If a Midu force rushed to the surface before they were discovered, it would cause them significant losses. Although Flamini yearned for revenge against the Midu, he didn't want his suggestion to cause the death of others. He looked down into the tunnel, his consciousness spreading, using psychic powers to probe. Tens of seconds later, Flamini still found nothing. Open black lens bracket Midu are all pseudo-photochemical psychic organisms, and among them are species that can evade psychic detection. I cannot perceive them through psychic means. Close black lens bracket. Flamini gripped the staff in his hand, hesitating whether to ignore Librarian Ramsey's warning and open his mind to perceive the warp. He knew this was dangerous, but he was willing to try. Just then, the instructors' stern voices simultaneously echoed in the comms. They're here. Flamini paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Open black lens bracket I forgot, the Order shadows inherited the Gene Father's keen senses. Close black lens bracket. As he pondered, he saw the Vostronia instructor beside him press the detonator in his hand. A deafening roar erupted, and the entire mountain vibrated incessantly. Images flashed through Flamini's mind, destructive molten flames, carrying rocks, slamming into countless sea anemone-shaped creatures. Open black lens bracket it worked. My suggestion worked, close black lens bracket. As Flamini rejoiced, the instructor's voice came through the comms. Flamini, The instructor called out several names. "You follow me." Flamini and the others immediately followed the instructor's steps, hearing him say, "The ant burrowing machine can carry 10 people. We are going into the tunnel to strike a heavy blow against the Midu." Flamini excitedly followed the instructor, entering the ant burrowing machine through the open hatch. "Flamini, the melta-gun is yours." Upon hearing this, Flamini excitedly sat at the control panel. After the explosion subsided, the instructors gave the order to move. With a rumbling vibration, the ant burrowing machine's massive drill tore through the surface and crashed into the underground tunnel. Flamini locked onto the Midu through the control panel's eyepiece. "Fire!" As the instructor gave the order, Flamini unleashed furious flames at the Midu. The sea anemone-like bodies of a dozen Midu were shredded by the dense barrage. Dozens of Midas raised their light beams, striking the ant burrowing machine's phase shield generator, causing dazzling flashes of light. The ant burrowing machine charged through the Midu, its melta-cutters screaming as they shredded them. The ant burrowing machine advanced all the way until its phase shield generator alarmed, then it drilled out of the ground. Flamini, drenched in sweat, emerged from the hatch, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket 86. I personally killed 86 Midas. Close black lens bracket. Dash 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 dash." In the 12th month of 844, while the tech sergeant and librarian researched the Yemen Jia Xingkong Ju Shi Bei, Ning Lu and Sanchez traveled to Attila. Inside the Stormbird, Ning Lu's gaze passed through the viewing window, looking at the approaching planet. Attila was smaller than Terra, with only one large continent, the other half surrounded by ocean. As the Stormbird gradually approached the surface, Ning Lu saw the central sand sea of the continent, and the vast grasslands surrounding it. The sea of grass was dotted with rolling plains, towering mountains, turbulent rivers, and deep inland seas. The Attila people discovered the black iron bird flying in the sky, and they howled, riding their horses to chase it. The Gene Seed Primarch looked at them with interest, simultaneously capturing the figures of over 1,000 Attila people. In an instant, the Gene Seed Primarch had categorized the Attila people, who were undulating on horseback, by their similar physical characteristics. The Attila people were relatively short but broad-shouldered, with long limbs, black eyes, and nut-like skin. Their black hair, either styled into shiny braids or coiled into a bun, and many also grew beards covering their chins, which reminded Ning Lu of the Chagorians. Ning Lu also saw unique scars on the faces of the Attila people. As part of their coming-of-age ritual, some would leave long, deep, vertical cuts on their cheeks, then rub them with ash. Attila riders are graceful and swift, only the savage wilderness spirit clan surpasses them in both aspects, Sanchez said, looking down, and the savage wilderness spirit clan he encountered in Terry flashed through his mind. Ning Lu nodded slightly, his gaze fixed downwards. The tribe chasing them encountered another tribe, and the warlike Attila people simultaneously charged at each other. The descendants of the horses they brought from ancient Terra burst with speed exceeding armored vehicles, colliding with each other. Ning Lu knew that although the Attila people's horses still retained their ancient Terra form, they were actually creatures modified by environment and biochemical technology. He knew that when the Departamento Munitorum first noticed bio-beasts, they immediately recognized their value, and their importance and treatment even surpassed many low-ranking officers of the Astra Militarum. Somewhat ironically, the Attila people were considered as low in status as the Ogren, because they did not bathe or wash their clothes. The Attila people believed that bathing was an insult to the spirit of water. As Ning Lu pondered, the two tribes had already collided. Their 3.5-meter long hunting lances, tucked under their armpits, were the first to strike each other. In an instant, more than 10 people on each side were pierced by the sharp spearheads. The victors raised their spoils of war, letting out cries of triumph. They drew their short knives, cut off heads, and bodies rolled onto the grass, blood staining the green. Those who won the spoils, under the envious gazes of others, hung the heads on their horses. They would later make them into drinking cups, symbolizing their victory. The two tribes passed each other, then simultaneously turned and charged at each other again. For thousands of years, they had fought like this, and the brutal battles had forged them into brave warriors. Ning Lu saw the long spears in the hands of two Attila people cross, both avoiding the other's attack. Two horses collided, like two human war chariots crashing, their hooves kicking, their mouths biting each other. Both the people and the horses are good, but the weapons need improvement to serve as soldiers and step onto the galaxy. Chapter 368 Attila. The Attila people are most skilled at using hunting spears, Sanchez said helplessly. Teaching them how to shoot laser guns and change energy cells is too difficult. The tech priests of Incaldian have made initial modifications to the hunting spears, attaching promethium canisters below the spearheads. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, hell spearheads. He knew that the hunting spears used by the Imperial Rough Riders in the future would have many types of spearheads, including common ones like hell spearheads and armor-piercing spearheads, as well as powerful ones like plasma spearheads and meltagun spearheads that could detonate armor. Once the spearhead strikes an enemy, it detaches, simultaneously spewing scorching flames that incinerate the enemy to ash, leaving a blazing inferno in the enemy's ranks. After that, they must switch to other weapons and continue their attack. Ning Lu nodded. The Attila people need time to master essential skills like laser guns. They cannot enter the battlefield in the short term. Weapon research also requires time. For a considerable period, they will not possess the combat power of future Attila Rough Riders. Images of countless cavalry charging towards the space Necrons flashed in Ning Lu's mind. That was the peak battle of the Rough Riders in his memory. On Roxar IV, underground tombs were activated, and the space Necrons awoke from stasis. The Attila Rough Riders fought for 3 years, finally assembling the largest cavalry force in Imperial history in the Lumen Valley. The scene ultimately settled on 800,000 cavalry, including the Attila Rough Riders, launching an overwhelming charge that broke the space Necrons' lines. Ning Lu reined in his thoughts and asked, "Are they suitable to become hunters?" Sanchez looked at the two tribes still battling, left behind. The Attila people are very suitable. Their guerrilla tactics have been honed over thousands of years of tribal warfare and are effective hunting tactics. They are skilled at using terrain features and cover to conceal their movements, suddenly appearing on high ground or ridges, and rapidly charging towards the enemy. Their weakness in learning ability will also not be an issue by becoming Order Shadows. Ning Lu knew that the Attila people rarely spent time learning to read and write, their lives were consumed by war. Written language was largely the domain of scribes, even many elite nobles on Attila were unwilling to concern themselves with such trivial matters. This was also the biggest difference between them and the world where Jagatai Khan fell. Shigoris had a rich cultural atmosphere. In the future White Scars, poetry was even a compulsory subject. Ning Lu nodded slightly and said, "In that case, your battle group will recruit on Attila." "Understood, my lord." As they spoke, countless massive, shaggy yak-like creatures appeared below, herding by a dozen Attila herdsmen. Ning Lu knew they were creatures called Oviga. For the Attila people, they were the second most important creatures, only after their horses. The rich flesh and black blood of the Oviga satisfied the basic dietary needs of the steppe tribes. He said to Sanchez, "The Attila people are excellent herdsmen, and Oviga are delicious food. Attila people and Oviga should be promoted to agricultural worlds that raise living creatures." As they spoke, the Stormbird flew over the herd, and the city came into view. Groups of Attila people were heading into the city from all directions. Attila's only city, Kanasong. Ning Lu looked out. Even by Vostronia's standards, Kanasong was a prosperous city. The Stormbird slowly descended, and the two walked into the city. The short, sturdy Attila people immediately noticed the group. They erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Sanchez said with a smile, "My lord, as you informed me in the data crystal, the Attila people revere the strong. After the most excellent warriors of each tribe were defeated, they immediately pledged their loyalty. They are passionate and unrestrained. Outside the city, they would chase us like before, and inside the city, they would cheer like now." Ning Lu nodded slightly. Sanchez led the way, walking along the wide road towards the Attila people's palace. Ning Lu noticed that the Attila people's buildings were somewhat shorter than those on other worlds. Many residents of Kanasong used their own buildings to open shops, mostly selling hunting spears and various tools. Outside herdsmen, leading horses, searched at the stalls, stopping when they saw items of interest. Many other outside herdsmen also set up stalls to sell goods. Their form of trade was quite primitive, without a unified currency, engaging in primitive bartering. Among the many short buildings, a magnificent, glittering building rose from the ground. Sanchez followed Ning Lu's gaze and then said, "The chiefs of the Attila tribes are called Khans. The victor determined through their mutual struggles is called the Great Khan. He will reside in the Khan's palace in Kanasong, manage the entire city, and levy a certain tax from trade, usually 1/18 of the traded goods." He turned to look at the Black Emperor and continued, "Of course, once the Great Khan suffers a defeat in a struggle, he will be immediately replaced. The wars that break out between powerful Khans are much larger in scale than what we just saw. Tens of thousands of people will die in the struggles. My lord, should we intervene in their struggles? Control it within a limited scope, do not allow deaths on a scale exceeding 100 people," Ning Lu instructed. He knew that the Attila people's tradition of struggle had continued for thousands of years, and the tradition of never-ending battle was the basis for the Attila people to be called valiant warriors. He did not want to force the Attila people to change completely, only to keep it within a limited competition. Open black lens bracket. Although I initially rejected Ferus Manus's suggestion, Vostronia does not have such a tradition as Attila, and I will not impose harsh policies on them. This is not contradictory to preserving Attila's traditions and reducing the intensity of combat. Close black lens bracket. I understand, the Reaper Lord responded. A buzzing sound came from the comm bead in Sanchez's ear. He pressed the comm bead, then spoke to Ning Lu. The Great Khan and the Khans of other major tribes have prepared a banquet in the Khan's palace. Ning Lu followed Sanchez towards the magnificent palace gates. He saw a dozen people dressed in luxurious robes. When they saw the black-armored giant, who was taller and more imposing than Sanchez, they were inwardly startled. They knelt on one knee, right hand on chest, in salute. Ning Lu noticed that the scent emanating from them was no different from that of commoners. They had clearly never bathed. "Rise," he said in Attila, for to him now, it only took a dozen seconds to extract the language they used from the minds of the locals. "By the Gene Seed Primarch, we have prepared the grandest banquet to receive you." After the Great Khan finished speaking, he led the way. Ning Lu walked into the palace amidst the reverent gazes of the Attila people. A moment later, Ning Lu watched the Great Khan's chef, who was nervously making the final preparations for the food. To ensure the best taste, it could only be served after they were seated. The entire massive oviga rotated with a crackling sound, the smoky aroma of firewood passing over fat, mixed with the rich scent of meat and pungent spices, carried by the breeze into his nostrils, overpowering the strong scent of the Attila people. Ning Lu picked up a fork and put a small piece into his mouth. The oviga's fat melted in his mouth, the sweetness of the meat, mixed with the salty and spicy flavor of the spices, and the caramelized aftertaste, resonated in his mouth. "Good," Ning Lu praised sincerely. On Ning Lu's fourth day on Attila, he stood on top of the Khan's palace, looking down. Thibaut, the first company captain of the 7th Battle Group, provocatively shouted at the two Khans. "I heard you two always fight when you meet. This time, you want to gather your warriors for a big battle too. I'm telling you, don't even think about it, unless you can defeat me. Come on, I'm unarmed, you two charge me now." The intelligence mastered by the provoker provoked the two Khans to roar in anger simultaneously. They both pushed off with their legs, and their mounts charged rapidly towards Thibaut. Thibaut, who had just been promoted to pyromaniac, did not use his newly acquired abilities. He knew that strength impressed the Attila people most. He did not dodge, swinging his arms from bottom to top, striking away two long spears. Thibaut then extended his arms horizontally, knocking down two warhorses. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze and looked at Sanchez, who was approaching. "My lord, Kos has sent word that after the workers delved deeper into the cave, they encountered a terrifying monster. Chapter 369, The Flourishing Development of Veridia. What kind of monster? Ning Lu looked at Sanchez. The natives call them Gorgon basilisks. Ning Lu nodded slightly, signaling Sanchez to brief him. Upon hearing the name, he immediately recalled a type of Gorgon basilisk that lived in the Kos caves, an alien species that had not been completely eradicated even after the Great Rift opened. The sages of Incaladian, conducting a deep scan on Kos, discovered a rich rare earth mineral deposit. The local natives of Kos dared not enter the caves, constantly speaking in terror of a terrifying monster. A tech priest led servitors and 36 warriors who had retired from the auxiliary army and moved to Kos into the caves, but they never returned. Sanchez's eyes flashed as he continued, his tone surprised. Borti, stationed on Kos, led a team into the caves. They encountered a serpent-like monster, and 2 people were petrified during the battle. Besides their strange abilities, the basilisks themselves are quite powerful in combat, and their numbers are countless, which is why Borti reported to me. Prepare to set sail. We'll go to Kos to see this basilisk, Ning Lu commanded, guessing that the Gorgon basilisk should be a material for elixirs. In the 3rd solar month of 845, the Wenquan shadow arrived in the Veridia system. After Ning Lu ordered the shield to be opened, the blue-white light of the star shone unobstructed into the bridge. He then looked at the magnificent creation within the planet, a teleportation gate constructed near the star. Ancient technology captured the star's light, converting it into energy to supply the vast energy demands of the teleportation gate. A fleet patrolled the entire system, centered around the teleportation gate. The Wenquan shadow activated its thrusters and flew towards Kos. Ning Lu's gaze was first drawn to the asteroids orbiting the system. He saw 5 foundries standing on top of the massive rocks. Inter-system transport ships from the mining world of Llama went back and forth in an orderly fashion, like ants. Sanchez noticed the Black Emperor's gaze, and being well prepared, immediately spoke. Since my last report to you, Alama's tower has added 1 large and 3 small foundries, totaling 4, which can meet 1/8 of the warband's armament needs and provide support for the development of planets like Kos. Ning Lu nodded, thinking with a smile. Open black lens bracket Alama's tower already has the grandeur of a future Veridia foundry, close black lens bracket. Sanchez paused for a moment, then continued to report on the development status of other planets. Llama has established 12 large mining bases and 23 small mining bases. Veridia's power is positioned primarily to provide weapons for the auxiliary army. The artisans have improved the local laser gun model, and the emitted beam is brighter, thus named Glorious Type 1. Ravisol is more focused on manufacturing civilian machinery products. It provides Llama with a large number of ant burrowing machines and other engineering machinery. As Sanchez reported, the Wenquan shadow passed Alama's tower and flew into orbit around Kos. Ning Lu then turned his gaze to Kos. From a distance, it looked like Terra. Green continents, blue oceans, white clouds. Open black lens bracket. There was a reason why old Pearson chose Kos. Kos's ecological environment is similar to ancient Terra. Such a planet is hard to find in the current galaxy, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu saw an orbital shipyard, like a rising moon, suspended in the sky above Kos. This artificial island was a gigantic creation with a diameter of 300 kilometers, surrounded by countless docks, mooring platforms, supports, suspended workshops, residences, and warehouses. Laborers were busy at their posts, a capital ship's keel was being laid, and 3 frigates were at various stages of construction. 5 months ago, Kos's first orbital shipyard was completed, Sanchez said, noticing the Black Emperor's gaze. According to the plan, Kos will build 8 more shipyards in the future, and its shipbuilding capacity will surpass Vostronia. Among the Legion's territories, it should only be lower than Sepra Mundi and Tricon in the future, on par with Hurricane Star. Excellent, Ning Lu praised. 1 standard hour later, Ning Lu and Sanchez boarded a transport ship. The black metal hull passed through the atmosphere and flew eastward. Ning Lu stood by the observation window, looking down at the wisps of smoke rising below. That's the Dracaran lowlands. There are 5 large mines around it, discovered when I first arrived on Kos. Relying on the mines, the Dracaran lowlands have been developed into an industrial zone. According to your command, a patch of forest is kept between each factory for workers to rest and relax during their shifts. Ning Lu saw that the buildings were neatly arranged, like sunspots, interspersed with patches of forest. The landing craft glided through the air, flying over a river. This river is called the Boros River. The river mouth ahead is Nereid, where fusion reactors power the entire surrounding area. The fusion reactors have made this river valley one of the most fertile lands on the planet, and only those with the most distinguished military achievements in the auxiliary army can acquire land here. They only need to tend to it slightly to achieve a bountiful harvest. Ning Lu looked into the distance, where fusion reactors drew water from the river, washing away the dirty carbon dust clinging to the turbine blades, thus covering the river mouth with a thick layer of black silt. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the farmlands on both banks, deep green fields of beets and cabbage, dotted here and there. Lush gardens were also scattered around, with irrigation systems drawing water from the Boros River to this dry plain, creating oases. Palm trees swayed in the wind, and ponds shimmered. Sprinkler systems filled the air with mist. Countless tiny rainbows appeared out of nowhere. Ning Lu looked at the fertile alluvial plain, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. I remember that Pearson accumulated military achievements in the auxiliary army, and what he ultimately gained was the land here. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the transport ship flew over Nereid. Most of the space at the river mouth was occupied by industrial facilities, but there was still a market at the port. Large and small transport ships crowded together, floating alongside numerous docks and embankments. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman vision could see fish jumping and crabs swaying in the holds. Nereid's port connects to the ocean, and fishermen bring fresh seafood caught here to sell. Open black lens bracket. Pearson often came here to satisfy his cravings too. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. I am pleased with the progress of Kos's construction. Sanchez smiled, pleased by the Black Emperor's praise. Ahead is Numenez City, which stands on the north bank of the Boros River, directly across from the recently started construction of Kara's fortress. The caves where the mine is located are past Numenez City, to its east. As he spoke, the transport ship swept past Numenez City and flew towards the vast, dense network of caves. Change the concept. The landing craft descended east of Numenez City, and the honor guard disembarked from other landing craft, assembling behind him. Borti, promoted to adjutant, led 3 squads, waiting there. He walked up to Ning Lu. Father. Ning Lu glanced at Borti's team, finding only 27. He thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. 3 order shadows lost. The Gorgon snake can cause casualties to an Astartes. Close black lens bracket. He nodded slightly, giving the command. Move out. The team then followed Borti's lead, walking towards the cave. As soon as they stepped into the dark cave, a damp, foul smell assaulted them, making them nauseous. The cave connects to the edge of Numenez. The city's sewage treatment system is connected here, Borti said. The foul smell comes from those Gorgon snakes. This also points us to our target, Ning Lu said, his nose twitching slightly as he inhaled the foul odor. Astartes, through their olfactory monitoring nerves, can track the unique scent of certain special creatures. The Order shadows inhaled the damp air. Their olfactory detection nerves were comparable only to those of wolves. The foul smell was identified, becoming their guiding beacon. Following the foul smell, the team moved through the spiderweb-like cave system. Father, the Gorgon snake's petrification ability poses a certain threat to the Order shadows, Borti reported to Ning Lu en route. Once you make eye contact with it, it's like some force is applied to your body, your movements become sluggish, and the helmet's visors cannot block this effect. One must resist the influence exerted by the Gorgon snake with a firm will. Most of the time, the Order shadows are not as fragile as ordinary people. But among them are a few mutated gorgon serpent monsters with 3 pairs of eyes on their heads. Once your gaze meets theirs, your brain becomes sluggish. Borti pondered for a moment, then found a suitable expression from his vocabulary. If the petrification ability of an ordinary gorgon snake is like burying an order shadows in a sand pit, where we can break free with a little effort, then making eye contact with a larger gorgon snake that has 3 pairs of eyes is like falling into a sea of sand. Those with weaker wills will be swallowed by the sea of sand. One warrior was petrified and turned into a statue because of this. A flicker of sadness crossed Borti's eyes, then he continued. Order shadows with firm wills can still resist. In my team, 2 others have made eye contact with the 6-eyed gorgon snake. One relied on his own will, and the other timely entered the Telemaria first realm you created. Neither of them was petrified. It is worth noting that, besides petrification, the gorgon snake's sharp claws can tear through power armor. Their claws and fangs contain potent venom, which can also temporarily paralyze the order shadows. Ning Lu nodded. He smelled several gorgon snakes, only about 2 kilometers in a straight line. He gave Sanchez the order. The 5 companies of the 7th Battle Group awaiting orders are to temporarily increase the time spent tempering their will in practicing the Telemaria Mind Realm. He instructed the Honor Guard members, enter the Telemaria Mind Realm. Ning Lu would answer their questions about various techniques while reviewing the Honor Guard members. The Telemaria Mind Realm was researched by the Gene Seed Primarch specifically for the Order Shadows. The requirement of the first realm, True Will, to understand one's true self, was not a high threshold, and Honor Guard members could master it after 100 days of practice. All members of this batch of Honor Guard had already mastered True Will. The Honor Guard members, while running, took varying amounts of time to enter the first realm state. Ning Lu's gaze pierced into the depths of the dark cave. He saw more than 10 bipedal humanoid creatures, most of them about 2 meters tall. Among them, only one gorgon snake, with 3 pairs of yellow-red eyes, was about 2.5 meters tall. The gorgon snakes had no legs, instead, they had winding, slithering snake tails, longer than their height. Their arms were on their chests, shorter than their bodies, and their sharp claws were covered in scales. Ning Lu noticed that their eyes indeed shimmered with spiritual light. Open black lens bracket, they are indeed potion materials. From their glow, it can be judged that they are the main material for Sequence 6 or auxiliary material for Sequence 5. After being promoted to Baron of Corruption, I unlocked half of the potion formulas, none of which included the eyes of the gorgon snake. Petrification, most likely, it is the main material for Hypnotist, of the Dreamer path, Sequence 6, or auxiliary material for Puppet Master, of the Fool path, Sequence 5, close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the gorgon snakes sensed his gaze and looked over. The Gene Seed Primarch did not avoid eye contact, meeting dozens of yellow-red eyes. The moment their gazes collided, the Gene Seed Primarch felt his thoughts momentarily stall. His right leg, which was stepping down, also seemed to be pulled by something, slowing down slightly. After experiencing the gorgon snake's petrification ability, Ning Lu instantly ascended into the Telemaria First Realm, simultaneously donning the Howling Mask and letting out a terrifying howl. After being promoted to Baron of Corruption, the power of the Howling Mask increased by about 1/5, and it became even more compatible when combined with the Howling Mask Ning Lu comprehended from the Eldar's Howling Banshee path. The extraordinary ability amplified the effect of the psychic scream and could be focused in the direction of the enemy. More than 10 gorgon snakes met the eyes of the black-armored giant. They were astonished to find that the black-armored giant did not stop. Before they could guess why, a terrifying scream suddenly assailed their brains and minds. The gorgon snakes hunched their bodies, clutching their heads with their claws, letting out painful wails. Except for the mutated 6-eyed gorgon snake, the other gorgon snake's eyes bulged, and they collapsed amidst the continuous echoing of the terrifying roar. The barbarian drew Jushin's spear from his back and threw it with a flick of his wrist. With a sharp whoosh, Jushin's spear pierced through the body of the 6-eyed mutated gorgon serpent monster, pinning him to the ground. Ning Lu stepped forward, exiting his mental state, and looked at the Gorgon snake's eyes. The spiritual light still shone, but there was no petrification effect. Ning Lu walked up to the six-eyed Gorgon snake, gazing at his six eyes arranged in pairs, still feeling no petrification. He gave the honor guard members the order, attack their bodies, kill them. I am very interested in their eyes. The honor guard immediately spread out, hunting the Gorgon snakes in the cave. The Baron of Corruption drew Val's sword, thinking. Open black lens bracket Val's sword is a sword, and a steel sword is also a sword, so Val's sword is a steel sword, close black lens bracket. The Baron of Corruption felt his spirituality rapidly depleting, slightly faster than the replenishment rate of the blood-colored necklace wrapped around his right pinky finger. Open black lens bracket Val's sword was forged by the Eldar's god of forging. Using, change the concept, on it consumes more spirituality. Whether it's an enhancement or a weakening, it's all, change the concept, the spirituality consumed will not differ, only determined by the degree of change. At least I don't have to take a combat knife from my offspring or use a chainsword with its motor off anymore, close black lens bracket. As the Baron of Corruption pondered, he swung his arm, slicing off one yellow-red eyeball after another. Ning Lu stepped forward, leaving Jushin's spear behind, only then sending all the Gorgon snake's eyeballs to the Nation of Disorder. Among the 5 companies of the 7th Battle Group, the Order Shadows who had mastered the Telemaria Mind Realm joined the cave-clearing operation. On the 6th solar month of 846, the Order Shadows steadily advanced through the spiderweb caves into the depths of the underground caverns. On this day, Ning Lu had just sent the Gorgon snake eyes collected by the Honor Guard and the 7th Battle Group back to the Nation of Disorder when he received Borty's report. Father, I encountered a powerful mutated Gorgon serpent monster. He is 5 meters tall and has 6 pairs of eyes. An Order Shadows who had mastered the Telemaria First Realm was petrified. His body was covered in multiple layers of scales, and a bolt gun couldn't kill him. He broke through the encirclement and escaped. The rope strangles the Gorgon serpent monster king. Coes, deep within the underground caves. Dense swarms of Gorgon snakes surged from all directions, attacking the Order Shadows. The Order Shadows raised their bolt guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the xenomorphs. The dim, lightless underground did not affect the Order Shadows, who possessed superhuman vision. Every bolt gun round precisely struck the bodies of the Gorgon snakes. The Gorgon snakes hissed and advanced through the barrage. Suddenly, at the same moment in various caves, a loophole appeared in the Order Shadows' firepower net. The deeper into the caves, the more the web-like paths interfered with supplies. The large number of Gorgon snakes killed daily by the Order Shadows served as their best source of food. However, they lacked ammunition, and pushing deeper did not just double the round-trip supply distance, because they had to detour through the caves, the distance increased severalfold. Tunnels running through the underground towards the surface became fewer and fewer. The Gorgon snakes expanded more within the various underground levels. The loophole in the firepower net was immediately discovered by the Gorgon snakes. They shrieked and charged towards the black armor warriors. The Order Shadows immediately adjusted, with each individual increasing their fire coverage angle, which further exacerbated their ammunition consumption. In an underground cave near Numenez, water from the city's underground drainage system seeped in, and the Order Shadows fought in waist-deep water. Several mutated Gorgon serpent monsters with 3 pairs of mutated eyes swiftly lunged at the Order Shadows, their tails swaying. The Order Shadows perceived them keenly, unaffected by the water flow, but they found that the xenomorphs moved faster in the water. A round of fire they shot failed to penetrate the scales of the mutated Gorgon serpent monster. The Order Shadows' second round of shots blasted the back of the Gorgon snake. They had already broken through the front line. The Order Shadows, having run out of ammunition, leapt from the front line to meet the Gorgon snakes. They swung their catachan fangs, striking at the xenomorphs. The energized blades collided with sharp claws, and the Gorgon snakes let out painful shrieks. The Order Shadows swung their blades, delivering swift slashes to the xenomorphs' bodies. They killed the first wave of charging mutated Gorgon serpent monsters, but the second wave had already arrived. A thought involuntarily arose in the minds of the Order Shadows. Open black lens bracket. The deeper into the caves, the more mutated Gorgon snakes there are. Close black lens bracket. An Order Shadow guarding the rear of the front line suddenly discovered a massive shadow underwater, a xenomorph much larger than the mutated Gorgon serpent monster, approaching the front line. He firmly held his Telemaria First Realm, swung the Catachan Fang in his hand, and charged towards the giant Gorgon snake. The giant Gorgon snake burst out of the water, splashing water onto the black power armor. As its massive body gradually ascended, the Order Shadow inevitably came face to face with its blood-yellow eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Open black lens bracket. There's actually a 4th pair. Close black lens bracket. The Order Shadow's thoughts froze, and the speed at which he swung his Catachan Fang grew slower and slower. His body rapidly stiffened, and his last thought was that the Telemaria First Realm could not resist a mutated Gorgon serpent monster with 6 pairs of eyes. The Order Shadow didn't have time to notify his battle brothers behind him, but the Order Shadow using a bolt gun for shooting immediately noticed the anomaly. Since it was required that only those who mastered the true will could enter the caves, the first Order Shadow to be petrified appeared. New monster. The Order Shadow warned on the squad's communication channel, then lowered his head, avoiding the eyes of the mutated Gorgon serpent monster. There was a height difference of over 2 meters between him and the xenomorph, ensuring he wouldn't see the blood-yellow eyes. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets at the mutated Gorgon serpent monster. Boom boom boom. Amidst the roar of the bolt gun, the mutated Gorgon serpent monster did not fall. Its dense, multi-layered scales withstood the firepower. Its serpentine tail twisted, leaping in front of the Order Shadow. The massive body of the mutated Gorgon serpent monster enveloped the Order Shadow. He swung his sharp claws, tearing through the power armor. The claw tips pierced the Order Shadow's body, and poison rapidly spread through the Astarte's superhuman physique. The Order Shadow felt his body become numb and weak, and then he was impaled by the sharp claws. The mutated Gorgon serpent monster then shook its head again, its fangs biting the head of another charging Order Shadow. The fangs pierced the helmet, crushing the Order Shadow's skull. At the same time, its serpentine tail coiled around another Order Shadow, wrapping tightly around his body. The 7-meter-long serpentine tail wrapped layer upon layer around the Order Shadow's body, constricting tighter and tighter. With a loud bang, the power armor shattered, and even the Astarte's superhuman body could not resist the immense strength of the mutated Gorgon serpent monster. As the Order Shadow's corpse fell to the ground, more xenomorphs charged towards the black armor warriors through the gap in the front line torn open by their king. The Gorgon serpent monster king, after swallowing the Order Shadow's head, moved its body and charged towards the other members of the squad. Just as the Order Shadow squad was in grave danger, a provoker's furious roar rang out. "Little snake, come bite me." The Gorgon serpent monster king's intelligence far surpassed that of its kin. He had already mastered some human language and could roughly understand the meaning of the words. That voice felt even more familiar to him. He turned his head to look and saw the human who had previously caused him harm. Borti had previously received another bestowal from his father, becoming a provoker. In the previous battle, he keenly discovered that the Gorgon serpent monster king could understand human speech. Having this intelligence, he was able to carry out more effective provocation. The Gorgon serpent monster king immediately abandoned the slaughter of the defeated Order Shadow squad and charged towards the black armor warriors who had provoked him. Borti raised his left arm and fired at the Gorgon king with the Archiitect pistol he had obtained upon being promoted to adjutant. His bullets had been modified. Instead of explosives, they contained Catachan jetting cacti. Dozens of toxin-laden needles, propelled by the powerful force of the Archiitect pistol, pierced through the Gorgon serpent monster king's layered armor, embedding themselves in his vulnerable flesh. The Gorgon serpent monster king let out an angry roar. He felt as if his insides were on fire. It was that annoying weapon again. He felt himself weakening. The Gorgon serpent monster king roared in fury, his reason overcoming his hatred for Borti. He suppressed the anger stirred by the provocation. Weakened as he was, he should not take risks. The Gorgon serpent monster king's 7-meter-long serpentine tail violently lashed underwater, striking directly at Borti's legs. Borti quickly rolled, and when he climbed out of the water, he found that the xenomorph did not pursue, turning its head and fleeing in another direction. Borti stepped forward to pursue, but several mutated Gorgon serpent monsters with 3 pairs of eyes blocked his path. Borti raised his hand and fired a bullet at the xenomorph. Dozens of needles pierced the xenomorph's body, and it writhed in agony, letting out painful cries. Borti swung the Catachan fang with his right arm, and the energized blade cut another mutated Gorgon serpent monster's body in half at the waist. Borti angrily charged through the mutated Gorgon serpent monsters, knowing that he had once again let that giant xenomorph escape. Just then, a whooshing sound came from his rear side. He turned his head and only saw a blur of gold flash past his eyes. Open black lens bracket father, close black lens bracket. While Borti was pondering, Ning Lu had already caught up to the Gorgon serpent monster king. The Baron of Corruption raised his left hand, and psychic energy surged out, invisible psychic energy rapidly condensing into one black long whip after another. The black long whips wrapped around the Gorgon serpent monster king's neck, bound his writhing waist, and coiled around his serpentine tail. The Gorgon serpent monster king thrashed in the water, but the black long whips wrapped around him tightened more and more. His consciousness began to blur, and in a haze, he felt that the current situation seemed familiar. When a creaking sound came from the Gorgon serpent monster king's body, his consciousness suddenly returned. He could think again. He remembered. Not long ago, he had used his own serpentine tail to coil around a black armor warrior's, strangling him. The difference was that he had transformed from the strong one doing the strangling to the weak one being strangled by someone he didn't even know. Open black lens bracket. I am the Gorgon king, I cannot die so ignominiously, close black lens bracket. The Gorgon serpent monster king raised his head, twisting his neck, accompanied by intense pain and suffocating breath. He finally forced a half-turn of his head. A row of eyes on his right side saw a figure in black armor with a pair of wings on his back, suspended in midair. Subsequently, the Gorgon serpent monster king's consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. After the Gorgon serpent monster king was killed, the xenomorphs' morale plummeted, and the Order Shadow's advance speed increased again. On the 3rd day after Ning Lu strangled the Gorgon serpent monster king, he received a report. Xenomorph fleet has appeared in the Veridia system, launching an attack. Gilliman, I didn't mean to steal your father. When Ning Lu withdrew from the underground cave and returned to the Worthy Shadow, the Xeno assault fleet had already been repelled. He examined the report on the data slate and found that the Xeno warships were generally streamlined. Compared to Imperial warships, the biggest difference was that the bows of all their warships were serrated, like a shark opening its bloody maw. Combined with other ship readings, they were confirmed to be Sahaduan. While Ning Lu was pondering, his comm bead beeped. After he connected, the sound array master's voice sounded. My lord, we received a message from the 9th Battle Group. They are pursuing the Sahaduan and are about to arrive at Veridia. 2 standard hours later, Ning Lu met 1st Company Captain Jorginho, Librarian Nicholas, and Auxiliary Army Commander Matthias Sheikh-Elias on the bridge. Sheikh-Elias was seeing Lord Ning Lu for the first time, and he stared in shock at the giant before him. Even though the Gene Seed Primarch restrained himself, Sheikh-Elias could still conclude from a warrior's perspective that Lord Ning Lu was perfect. Becoming Order Shadows grants superhuman strength. Unfortunately, I'm past the optimal age for the modification surgery, and the risk is too great. Moreover, the Sheikh-Elias had just become the ruling family of Thalassa, and I cannot be lost. Sheikh-Elias could only place his hopes on his descendants. I hope one of my descendants becomes an Order Shadow and gains the extraordinary ability to control water. The scenes of the Storm Lord and the 1st Company Captain controlling water flashed through his mind. After saluting, Jorginho began his report. My lord, After repelling the Sahaduan's harassment of Thalassa, following your command, the 9th Battle Group sought out the Sahaduan's territory. We successively discovered 2 Sahaduan star systems and launched attacks against them. After suffering significant defeats in several boarding and landing battles, the Sahaduan realized that we were focusing our attacks on their weakness, the water tanks on their backs, and went to great lengths to avoid direct engagement. Jorginho walked to the strategic table and connected to the cogitator. A star chart unfolded before Ning Lu, covering numerous star systems from Thalassa to Veridia. Jorginho operated the cogitator, highlighting red shark shapes, which were used to mark the fleets of the space shark people, the Sahaduan. The Sahaduan fleet is dispersed into hundreds of fleets of varying sizes, ranging from large fleets of dozens or hundreds of ships to small fleets of just a few ships. They fight like pirates, engaging in guerrilla warfare. They will launch raids on passing worlds, plundering resources for replenishment, just as they did with Veridia. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself. The Sahaduan are a powerful Xeno race, and I remember their conflict with Russ lasted for quite some time. Although he was at odds with Lehman Russ, he would not underestimate Russ's keen insight. It was certain that Russ, after fighting the Sahaduan for some time, would also discover the Xeno's weakness. The fact that the Sahaduan still held out for some time was enough to show that they were not so easily defeated. Moreover, he also remembered that although the Sahaduan lost several controlled star systems, they were not annihilated, and small forces still existed even after the Great Rift opened. While Ning Lu was contemplating, Jorginho operated the cogitator, highlighting blue ship-shaped markers, the color of the ocean, used by the 9th Battle Group to mark their fleets. After ensuring the necessary defenses of the Thalassa star system, the Stormlord dispatched 12,000 Order Shadows, 50,000 Thalassa Auxiliary Army, and 318 warships. To annihilate the Sahaduan fleet, the warships were organized into 19 fleets, each centered around a battleship. Each fleet has 2 to 4 cruisers as claws, which, after biting onto the Sahaduan's ships, the main force and other warships will launch attacks. How is the progress? Ning Lu asked. Relying on astropathic communication, our fleet has a certain advantage over the Xenos, communication, destroying over 200 Sahaduan warships. But the fleet cannot cover the entire area, and the fishing net for hunting the Sahaduan still has loopholes. Ning Lu issued an order. The fleets of the 1st Battle Group and the 7th Battle Group will join the hunt for the Sahaduan. With over 800 warships joining the hunt, the Sahaduan found their operating space shrinking. At the same time, the star map of the entire region became clearer and clearer through countless voyages. Ning Lu unexpectedly found that he had received a great gift. The first company of the 1st Battle Group discovered a new star system, within which were 2 human colony planets. The planet Gon Meteor and its moon Gantz. When Ning Lu saw Gantz, he immediately realized that Gon Meteor might not be the name he remembered. After he thoroughly reviewed the report submitted by 1st Company Captain Dixon, he discovered that Gantz was a world colonized by Mechanicus exploration vessels, and its scale was only slightly smaller than Incaladian. Thousands of years ago, the Mechanicus's colonial ark arrived at Gantz and found abundant mineral resources here, so they established a base on this moon and began to develop. Mars has received the news and has dispatched representatives to Gantz. After reading the report, Ning Lu confirmed that the primary planet of Gantz should have been named Konor in his memory. A complex smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself. Guilliman, I didn't mean to steal your father. I didn't mean to steal the planet named after your adoptive father, Konor Guilliman. Among the 500 worlds of Ultramar, Ning Lu only wanted the 2 star systems of Thalassa and Veridia. His target for the upcoming new divination did not look towards the Ultramar sector. After sighing, he returned to Konor itself. Ning Lu knew that Konor would be one of the most important worlds among the future 500 worlds of Ultramar, alongside Makrag, Amatal, and Ix. He was one of the 4 champions of Ultramar, the territory of the Northern Champion, and he was also a quasi-casting world, and along with Kos, a major shipbuilding location. The reason Konor would be a quasi-casting world in the future, without gaining this honor, was due to political factors. Mars believed that Konor was subservient to Ultramar's rule rather than Mechanicus management, just like Tricon and the future Hurricane Star, because after he took control, it would no longer be a casting world. Because of this, relations between the different tech priest factions on Konor were very tense. Ironically, during the Battle of Calth, some factions believed they should side with Horus, which caused Father Konor to delay sending support forces to aid the Ultramarines who were struggling against the Word-Bearers. Only after a period of factional struggle did Konor send reinforcements. After the Great Pilgrimage, Konor was reclassified as a full casting world, but was later downgraded to a research station at some point. It was only with Guilliman's rebirth and the reorganization of Ultramar that Konor once again became the core of the new Ultramar's northern region. This was different from Incaldian, which was controlled by Ning Lu, and Mezoa, which was forced into the war effort. Both of these casting worlds were established before the Great Crusade and had greater overall strength than Konor. Konor had only just begun to grow, its future scale would only be that of a second-tier casting world. Ning Lu put down the data slate and walked to the observation window, gazing in the direction of Ultramar. Guilliman, your two major shipyards, Kos and Konor, are now mine. However, I believe you can find more worlds to replace Konor. Just as you found Protos to be the territory of the Western Champion, you will also find the territory for the Northern Champion. The 9th solar month of 846. After more than a year of hunting, the number of Sahaduan fleets sharply decreased, and several fleets fled in disarray, cornered in an unknown star system. The 7th Battle Group was the first to launch a boarding action against the Xeno warships, and the direct confrontation that the Sahaduan had always avoided finally arrived. After 7th Company Commander Sander stormed into the Sahaduan warship, he was surprised to find that the Xenos no longer had the life-sustaining water tanks on their backs. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.